All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Welcome in. Welcome to the REMINGTOM pod, the NBA Finals. We're getting a Game 7, so we're looking forward to that. Make no mistake, but we got a couple days to wait, so I guess what do we do while we wait on our Friday night chat? We queue up a little Shamik Moore, A$AP Rocky, Zoe Kravitz movie. I mean, that's definitely one thing for sure. Exciting night chat. We've been looking forward to this episode for a minute. I mean, one, because this movie's a fun movie to watch, and it's going to be fun to revisit it 10 years later, but also, so as we get near to the NBA draft, I mean, the NBA draft is 5 days away. Is it 5 days away, people? Am I crazy? It is on the, well, I guess, how does the math play out? But it's the 25th of June. It's next Wednesday, this upcoming Wednesday, chat. So, I mean, we're right on top of it at this point. I feel like the rumors and stuff about maybe even potential pairings should be even starting to filter out at this point, but seems like the only pairing rumor that's happening, Chad, is the other way. It seems like Ace Bailey's the anti-pairing rumors. It's just not happening. It's just the no pairing, chat. Bluetooth not connecting for Ace Bailey in the draft process. I don't know what's happening, but I guess that's what we're gonna kick off tonight's live stream chat with. I feel like I'm like a Rod Serling there for a second. You know, where we kick off tonight's episode with a look at a guy. Doesn't even realize is Ace Bailey in the Twilight Zone, chat. What's happening right now? I don't even know, but the idea was, I mean, obviously, the REMINGTOM pod, we love the draft on this pod. I mean, I feel like we would definitely make the case for ourselves as up there, you know, gold medalist in terms of the love of the YouTube highlights in the draft process, chat, but I think there's a lot of people that could lay claim to that as well, too. But I don't know. I was going to say, I feel like we would lay claim to our track record as well, too. But we would definitely, I mean, very quickly pull up our list and be like, oh, yeah, this is not going to go well. I thought I remember my big boards and lists being more accurate than this chat. What do you know? But apparently we only remember the ones that we got right and all that stuff. So when we were watching March Madness, of course, the storyline team for March Madness, I mean, for a lot of the college basketball season, if not all of it, was the Duke Blue Devils, Cooper Flag. So, I mean, and they made a really good tournament run as well, too. So we did get to see a good amount of Cooper Flag games. I mean, we wouldn't still consider ourselves the expert in his game at this point, but we did, in terms of the prospects for this draft cycle, again, the teams that we were watching and the players that we were watching in March Madness were the players, or some of the players that we're more familiar with, or the players from last year's March Madness. You know, if the guys have been around for 4 or 5 years in a bunch of March Madnesses, then, you know, any of those previous March Madnesses. But it's March Madness, obviously. Michigan, March Madness, and a couple of random scattered games throughout the college basketball season. But, I mean, we'll dig into the YouTube here. But again, Rutgers wasn't in the tournament, so they missed our window, chat. They missed the REMINGTOM viewing window for college basketball. And again, Sam was pretty locked in on Duke, chat. So I guess, did Duke play Rutgers this year? I feel like they actually might have, now that I say that. Maybe you know, the game logs might even be the place to start. Because again, if we were looking at the consensus big board, I haven't done enough YouTubes. Hey, we're sitting out here saying how much we love the draft, chat. But that's why we've been waiting for this. It's like, okay, yes, we finally get to do the YouTube deep dives, chat. Hey, the degenerates, welcome in, chat. YouTube deep dive on draft prospects is, you know, definitely for a few people. But Dylan Harper, 4-4 this year. Ayo, chat. Ayo, the 48% from the field looks pretty encouraging. 33, ayo. Percent from 3 is okay. Don Bosco, prep chat, powerhouse. Let's see here. Was there a Duke matchup at all? There, a Michigan matchup. I mean, it's unfortunate, chat. They weren't able to get over Michigan. It is what it is. Okay, I guess they didn't play Duke this year. They played Wagner. So I don't know if that counts. Kennesaw State. Alabama lost a 5-point game to Bama, chat. 90-95. So maybe we start there. 15, is that free throws? 15 or 16 for the free throw line. So Dylan Hart, I mean, immediately jumps off the page, chat. We got a couple of back-to-back games there. Non-conference play. Was this a tournament? This must have been some kind of invitational. I don't know if we click in this here and see what we got, because you got 3 non-conference games in a row like that. Something suspicious is up. Oh, Big Ten versus Southeastern. The Big Ten SEC matchup, chat. But I guess they did just play 3 neutral. I guess I was going to say non-conference, but neutral site games as well, too. It's like, okay, what's going on? But do they play all of the SEC Big Ten matchups on neutral sites? I guess I don't know about that. But ACC versus Big Ten. So just random. Oh, Paradise, Nevada? Hey, yo, chat. Hanging out in Nevada? I get it. But NIL money is really doing well now. It's like, okay, how many more tournaments can we start making? Just more trips for these executives and coaches. Just go hang out. But free throws, chat. Wait, what's his free throw per game? Is that an encouraging? Because you would think the physicality of this team, chat, and that's something from watching the Thunder. So almost 6 attempts a game in about 32 minutes per 40, chat. He is 7 a game for free throw attempts a game, 75%. So, he's a pretty efficient free throw shooter as well. And we should mention we do have a WNBA on in the back as well, too. Shout out Paige Beckers and the Connecticut Sun, chat. Who's on the Connecticut Sun? Hey, yo. Marina Mayberry is there from last year, I believe. But, yeah, obviously Beckers. Ariki Gumbwali, shout out. But, yeah, so if you've been, of course, something that's jumped out from the finals has been, and from the Thunder all year, the downhill attacking of Jalen Williams and Shea, and I guess really of Jalen Williams. I'm kind of projecting both. Again, like Shea's obviously been awesome as a scorer in the finals, but again, the physicality of Jalen Williams downhill with the drives has been something that's been pretty impressive to see. And you combine that with, again, what Shea was producing over the course of the season with his mid-range, get to the free throw line, the pace of that. Like, neither of those guys are necessarily three-point shooting players first. Jalen Williams was, like a 50, 40, 90 guy. It looked like there was some potential there when he was in a little bit more, as he was still taking fewer shots. But again, to his credit, he was being really efficient with those looks. But he does have that three-point shooting upside. But again, he's not necessarily. Well, we don't want to underestimate him and write off any potential timelines for Jalen Williams. But again, the style that he plays right now is not that three-point first style. And I guess again, like we're saying, that even is a little bit of a change, I guess, since he's been in the league to some degree as he's just gotten better and more confident. So that has been one of the things, of course, that if you're thinking about the idea of Dylan Harper and Steph Castle playing together in a backcourt, and obviously De'Aaron Fox in there as well too, but even the sort of the different time, if we're just sort of going the rookie contract timeline of it, the Wemby, Dylan Harper, Steph Castle core, like it would be interesting to see Steph Castle, of course, and Dylan Harper together if neither of those guys are necessarily lethal three-point shooters, but neither of them, of course, have necessarily, I think, like terrible three-point shots. And again, if you're a great driver like they are, and if the physicality is there, you can get to the free throw line, you can still, because the free throw line, of course, the three-point game is just, you want to say about efficiency, but it's not even necessarily about it is, of course, about hitting a high three-point percentage, but it's about hitting a higher three-point percentage than the threshold for 2%. So it's just threes are more efficient than two. So with the free throw line, of course, you can make back some of that efficiency a little bit if you don't have the three-point game in there, and then the pace of the game as well too. And it makes sense if you're a defensive team, the physicality, the slower pace, it all kind of works together. So I guess maybe the Dylan Harper defense is going to be a thing to watch as well too. That's sometimes a little bit interesting to watch in the YouTube highlights. You don't necessarily get that clipped out, but sometimes more of the highlight defensive stuff than like here's Dylan Harper just on 6 different pick and roll coverages, and here's how we guarded it. If there is, as the NBA just even continues to get, well, as I say, more popular, but as like the infrastructure around it gets more popular, then maybe there will be degenerates that have that channel. Maybe we are the degenerates that have that channel, chat. But here, let's just see what we even get with a little Dylan Harper versus search here. Of course, Dylan Harper. Oh, so they played in college, 2024. Was it like a Jordan Classic matchup? I guess Dylan Harper versus Flag. I like the conversation. I guess I'm looking at these YouTube videos here. No, we want Dylan Harper. Am I just having it with the search results? Gee, I'm an old man here. What's the search result saying? Okay, Dylan Harper versus LSU. Okay, here's his game versus Bama. And I guess, unfortunately, again, just to clarify for any newcomers, chat, for any new arrivals in the pod, the footage, of course, won't be in the background. So, of course, you can follow along, or it just is what it is. But, we got a whole game here, chat. Okay, I don't know about that. But I guess, actually, let's just do it. Let's just start with the with the Jordan Classic highlights. Yeah, I guess it's not necessarily day one, but sort of the pre-log chat, the prequel to the college era, sort of sets the stage. Again, this is an all-star game level. I don't know the competitiveness of the Jordan Classic, especially now. NIL money ruined the competitiveness of the Jordan Classic. I don't know if guys try anymore, but maybe the Cooper flag element of it, and then the prove yourself element of it, and then, just the competitiveness of the youth chat. I feel like in high school, and again, with just the professionalization happening at a younger age now, maybe it is just the people are growing up faster, but you just like, okay, there is just like a ignorant competitiveness sometimes. You're like, oh yeah, load management, all this stuff. It's not necessarily worked in. I mean, yeah, Chad, these are guys, never mind, I take it all back. Hey, yo. But at least we can see him hit a couple. So this is just the supercut of highlights before we actually get into the real here, chat. Hey, yo. But the 3-point shot's a little like Ender 3-point shot there to set us up. A little teaser chat coming up next. But I don't know. Is Knuppel in this game as well too? Knuppel top 3 pick in the NBA draft all of a sudden. But or is that McNeely, chat? Is that McNeely? Oh, this might be the actual. I don't know if these are all-star teams or if these are the teams that are on. And that's the other problem as well now too, chat. Like, I guess a lot of the current teams are just all-star teams because they're so good. But it's also guys are transferring and moving around. It's like it wouldn't be surprising if a guy played for 3 different high schools, but also played with the same guy back in a all-star game and then another tournament. It's just like, it is McNeely, chat. Ayo. McNeely and Cooper Flag. I did see a post update just reminding us, I guess, of like what that whole team was. And I guess we'll see a little bit of it here, chat. But if I'm remembering from the, of course I'm not going to remember exactly now, but we remember McNeely and Flag. Ayo, chat. Whoa. It is what it is. Maybe I saved this one. What are the odds, chat? It's like minus 220 that I didn't save it. So if you guys take he did randomly save this, then it's a lucky day. Yeah, chat, I don't think I saved it. It is what it is. What's this on here? Shout out to Popeye Jones, though. I saved apparently a post about Popeye Jones's. It was his birthday a couple days ago, turned 55 years. So do we just look up Popeye Jones here real quick, chat? I don't know if I don't know if he has a college page, but it's just like sometimes some of the other college pages don't pop up, chat. And maybe he won't pop up in the name Popeye Jones as well too. Oh, wait a second, we doubted. Here he is, chat. Ron Jones. Popeye Jones, 2nd round pick, 41st overall to Houston, 1992. I guess the season going into the NBA draft, 92 season, his final season at Murray State, led the NCAA in rebounding. Only NBA player to have 2 sons in the NHL. Never dunked in an NBA game, and traded for Danny Fortson twice. So shout out to Popeye Jones, chat. I don't know why we saved that instead of Cooper Flag's. What that stacked roster was, but because it's like 5 guys that might get drafted this year. I don't know if we just pull up the draft. I guess maybe it has the high school as well too. I don't think Tankathon has the, I don't think it has that info, chat. But where's Harper, chat? It's all Cooper Flag highlights. Okay, so it's Cooper Flag with the Dylan Harper game winner. I mean, again, this is what happens, but we should have just focused on Dylan Harper specifically, because if Cooper Flag is even in the title, it's going to be all Cooper Flag, chat. What's the point of having anybody else's highlights? Just Cooper Flag's highlights is all anybody wants to see, I guess. But okay, yeah, let's just focus on Dylan Harper, because I mean, shout out, the game is talented, chat. A lot of great players playing, but not the point of what we're trying to watch here. So okay, here's his 37, I guess, versus Bama. And how many assists did he have in this game? Because that would be a thing with him and Castle, is also the playmaking factor. Castle, I think, is going to be a plus playmaker. Is he going to be a lead playmaker, I guess? Because you can also be a lead playmaker, obviously, without being an elite playmaker. Halliburton, I think, is an elite playmaker. McConnell, is McConnell a lead playmaker? Ayo, chat. But McConnell can obviously run an offense, even though he's not going to do it as efficiently, or not to the level that Halliburton is going to be able to pull it off. So immediately in this highlight, chat, just the off the tip, just right to the basket, downhill. So, again, you see the physicality. 6'6", 215 at the point guard spot. So, again, is this the Steph Castle thing? Is he a point guard, or is he a bigger guard who has just been a dominant kind of presence like that his entire career, chat? I don't know. Do we pull up the Sam Vecini draft guide and see what he says about Dylan Harper? Shout out. But there's just immediately the getting to the basket and drawing the foul. And I think Alabama, they found themselves in, we'll say, some high-scoring games. Hey, yo, chat. It just is what it is. But still an athletic, competitive team to go against. High-level guys for sure. Not scrubs. And obviously, Rutgers probably as a team, if Rutgers had Wembanyama, chat, they probably would have been a little bit better. So you put Dylan Harper with Wembanyama, it obviously maybe accounts for some of the lack of success. And who knows, chat? It's like, oh man, Dylan Harper was playing with Ace Bailey, chat. Hey yo, whoa, hey yo, who knows what's going on there? But we'll also queue up a couple of Ace Bailey highlights next, because I don't think we can I'm not going to be the guy that sits here like, is Ace Bailey going to go 3 without having watched any of his highlights like that? But should he still go 3? But should he still be out of the conversation to completely drop down? Like, it is like him versus Knuppel is a fun debate, chat, to see what the highlights would say about that, because and a nice little sort of step back behind the back dribble, chat. Good space creation on that. I don't know. He's torching this guy right now that he's playing for Alabama. I mean, I guess he puts up 37, but still the same guy in that first half there. I guess we moved to second half portion of the highlights. In the lane, spinning pivot, double teamed over a couple of shot blockers. So he's got the center matched. They almost got like a center looking dude matched up on him at some point. Exploding to the basket, chat, with the dunk. Uh-oh, chat. It's a good thing we queued up the Bama highlights, because, I mean, this is going to be we started off with the best game first. We should have started off with the worst game first. I don't know what the best way to scout is, chat. We need to bring a scout on and tell us what the order to watch in is. But it's like, okay, I just watched his best game. I'm all in. It doesn't matter what else I watch. It's like, okay, I'm just going to remember the fact that I just watched this Alabama game first. It's like, well, he put up 35 or 37 and looked athletic and unstoppable going to the basket. I mean, attacking Grant Nelson off the pick and roll, chat, is that equivalent to attacking Chet? Like, what percentage of Chet is Grant Nelson? Is that equivalent to college, to NBA? I mean, I think, again, Alabama, I don't know. It's a matchup that he probably should have had some points against for sure, and definitely took full advantage. But the stuff in the interior, chat, is very encouraging. I'm immediatly going to go here, chap. Look at the Spurs are going to take this guy, and now I'm just going to start comparing him to the MVP of the league. But, hey, yo, chat, is there a little shade with this? I have a stutter just thinking about the fact that Dylan Harper could win the MVP in a couple years, chat. But, Giannis, wait a second. We were going to trade this guy for Giannis? What's going on, chat? What's going on at 37 versus Bama? Really going to talk us in. I mean, at the end of the day, make no mistake, if the Bucks go ring and say, hey, we'll take that number 2, if the Bucks are really talking themselves into it, oh, Chad, there was no way that was all of his points. But they really whoa. They super, that's crazy, Chad. We're going to have to take a break and then go take a lap. But they definitely super cut his best highlights together. Okay, here's a matchup versus Xavier Lee. Is that Princeton, chat? Dylan Harper versus Xavier Lee. Xavier Lee, 21-11. I don't remember if I actually ended up watching him in a game, but for some reason, I'm feeling like subconsciously we have stock in Xavier Lee, chat. So let's throw on this one and see what we get for a matchup. A little Xavier Lee scouting, second round Dylan Harper, chat. Hey, yo. I guess, the assist there, good little pull up to the person that he passed it to. A little 1-2 dribble. But the spin by Harper, I mean, you do see his again, pause, but his size does definitely jump off. I think it's noticeable for sure. Again, but at his position, the defensive matchups, it does look like he is definitely a little bit more imposing. Again, is Shea a little bit aggressive? Cade, is there a little, because Cade had that playing, and that's what I'm saying, the point factor of it versus Steph, where Steph Castle, chat, but I should say Castle instead of Steph. But no disrespect to Steph Castle. It's just, it's obviously there's a legacy behind Steph Curry that is pretty incredible. But Cade is definitely a guy that was obviously capable of playing point guard and was the point guard at Oklahoma State, is the point guard for Detroit, but does have the advantage of being 6'8" or whatever he actually is. With shoes, Chad. Ayo, I don't know what the actual measurements are, but it was a matchup problem a little bit at Oklahoma State. And Oklahoma State's maybe a similar spot for Dylan Harper, because Oklahoma State did make the tournament, but they weren't necessarily like a I don't want to say they weren't a good team, but they weren't. Did they even win a tournament game with Cade? They might have won one game with Cade, to be honest, but I'm not necessarily thinking that they did. I'm thinking that they lost because I'm thinking that I picked Cade in the bracket because it was Cade, and then he lost the first game. It's just what happened. But 20 a game that year, 26 rebounds, 3.5 assists. So Dylan Harper actually a little higher up on the assist number, but Cade on the rebounding number gets him a little bit. And then Cade was a 40% three-point shooter as well too in college. We got to give him his credit. So okay, they did get a win over Liberty, Chad. I guess not a great Cade game, obviously. So if you guys are looking at the stats here with us, it's 3 for 14 from the field, 15 points, 6 for 20 from the field in the next game, 24 points. And remembering this, looking back, Chad, I do remember now there was some dialogue after the tournament about, Cade, is he clutch? In a big moment, he shot like 25% in the tournament. I mean, it is legit, especially, a young Rem and Sam, Chad. It is like, but I think, I say a young Rem and Sam. This is why Sam is best in the business, Chad, because Sam was never thrown off by the 30%, the 30% field goal percentage, Chad. But it was never irrational faith again, because Cade was still like the number 1 overall pick. So, but he was a believer, Chad, and definitely helped us get on the Cade bandwagon as well too. But the free throw, you see the free throw was still there for him in the tournament. 7 for 9 in the first game, 8 for 10 in the second game. So still definitely generating offense in some way. But again, this Oklahoma State team was not a title team or necessarily a super. They made a little run in the tournament, and he was pretty awesome in the game that they lost to Texas. Do we pull up this Cade game versus Texas, chat, and watch it and see if it reminds us of Dylan? Can we get AI to put Dylan Harper on, it looks like Cade in the game, and then see if there's similarities there? Can ChatGPT give us comparisons for Dylan Harper, Chad? Hey yo, we might have to ask it a little bit later. I feel like, does that kind of lose the fun of us thinking of comparisons? I mean, it doesn't kind of. I think it does, Chad. Hey yo, ChatGPT, it's taking jobs. It's taking us our player comparison part of our job, chat. But you just end up comparing. I guess, is ChatGPT just going to compare it to the same people? Because it's just going to go to the internet and just pull it off. Hey yo, well, it's just going to, whatever is being floated out there on the internet for the comps for Dylan Harper, that's what it's going to say. So, is it going to tap into the Rem and Sam live feed from a couple seconds ago and be like, oh, Cade Cunningham, Dylan Harper's a little Cade Cunningham mixed with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. It's like, oh, that's unique. I wonder where I thought of that. But what was their, what was their team this year, chat, for Oklahoma State? Because it was definitely, Oklahoma State's obviously, they've had like 1 or 2 good players at a time. They had the Marcus Smart hanging out on the team that one year. Avery Anderson, Caleb Boone, Matthew Alexander Moncrief, Rondell Walker. There's not necessarily another NBA icon on the team. So I think, Cade went there for the coach, if I'm not mistaken. Was there some NIL stuff going on? 21-9 though, and I guess they did finish 11th in the AP poll, so I guess they were a little bit better than I was giving them credit for. Was their seed 4 seed? But I don't know. Again, I remember them being kind of like a not the most feared 4 seed that any team has ever matched up against. But again, he did have sort of that towering effect in the backcourt at times, and he also had the Afro boost as well too, chat. Ayo. He had because I think it does help sometimes. Oh, the in and out, chat. So, and Steph Castle does have a pretty good handle as well too. I mean, his little move in the paint was the move that basically he was scoring with all year. But Dylan Harper, it does seem like he has good control, chat. And I wouldn't say his handle is even to the place where it would totally be at. But again, there is just a constant control that he seems to maintain, where some guys, maybe when they're actually, the dribble moves are strung together, it looks good, but then when the chaos happens, they lose control, and then it's hard. Like Harper, in the chaos, like somehow he always still is maintaining his dribble a little bit, getting separation. So some of the 3-point looks, as you imagine, they're not the greatest getting the looks. So I mean, I'm just right away in the NBA. That might help him out as well too. I forgot about Xavier Lee in this game though, Chad. Hey yo, he was cooking right there, zipping around, crossing up Dylan Harper even a little bit. So I don't know if we can necessarily draft both of these guys, but a little Xavier Lee stock, Chad, we might be buying in. I mean, 11 assists in a college game. Hey yo, he's cooking. I mean, Princeton is definitely going to probably emphasize a little bit. It is going to help him out with some of the passing stuff, Chad. It is what it is, but. Is he a first-round talent, second-round talent? Let's see where Tankathon has him at right now, Chad. Oh, there is Dylan Harper to the Spurs. We love to see it. Proctor at 42. So Xavier Lee over Proctor. I guess I don't even know if he would be drafted or just listed on the board. So I guess we're going to have to go to the big board, chat. Hey, yo. And see what is going on here. Shout out to Tankathon on it, chat. Updated 1 day ago. Always putting in the work. It is what it is. Does he have a Princeton player listed, though? Has he looked at Xavier Lee? Tankathon, where's Xavier Lee? Call in and explain why Xavier Lee is not in the ranking. Yeah, no Xavier Lee, chat. Hey, yo, RIP. So, I guess, is he next year's draft? I don't know. Maybe he's not draft eligible. Do we have to double check? Because, I mean, I'm not, draft him off a 1-20-11 game. But, hey, yo, chat, wait, what's this guy's name? Oh, Xavier Lee. There we go. I think that's how you say it. As well too. I feel like I've heard somebody say it. But 16, 6, and 5, 44% from the field, 36% from the three is not bad. And he is a junior, so I guess maybe he didn't declare it for the draft as a part of it, but what are you doing? Xavier Lee, get in the NBA, buddy. Seems like you're pretty good at, I guess, 6'3", 180. I don't know, chat. Seems like doesn't seem like not an NBA player to some degree. I'm not necessarily, is he a 7-time All-Star? Who knows? But, I mean, come on. Just make the move. Just get into the league. But, very encouraging start, chat. I mean, forgot how much we love the YouTube deep dive, and then just to immediately remember, I mean, the Spurs have some future picks. Who knows what? You never know what's going to happen in the NBA, but you would assume that this would be the last time that we're scouting the draft in this type of way. And as, a Spurs fan from back, and then as a Spurs fan with some years under his belt at this point, again, we weren't necessarily watching the entire Duncan Parker Ginobili dynasty part of it, but the Spurs, through the entire Popovich run, there was a expectation of wins, and most of the time as well too. Up until the last couple of years when they started to turn the roster in a different direction, and that was like a couple of years there with Aldridge and DeRozan, obviously, where they were kind of in the middle. But for the most part, it was win, 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 and then just like, okay, when we needed to reset the roster, now all of a sudden, whoa, we have Wembanyama. But the idea of us scouting guys in the end of the first round or middle of the draft, whatever, is kind of fun. That's how we started watching draft players, chat. Ayo, because that's where the Spurs were drafted at. So again, it's not like we were not watching the top guys, but in terms of that, watching from a fan's perspective, and who is this? How is the player going to just fit on our team? And Dylan Harper missing the little buzzer beater 3, chat, at the end. Princeton gets the win on Rutgers. The start of the demise for Rutgers was at the end of the year, but still 22 points is pretty encouraging. So what's this? 34-3 at Washington is kind of fun as well too. So again, not the highest assist number on the year as well. And you would assume Ace Bailey next to you. Again, we don't necessarily know long term what the storylines are going to be for each of these guys, but prototypically that type of scoring guard next to you should lead to a couple of assists. But I guess like a play right there, okay, that play was Ace Bailey getting the assist to Dylan Harper, so maybe we're just thinking about it a little bit backwards, chat. But, oh, the pull-up three. So, yeah, I mean, yo, cans it right there, chat. Hey, yo. But you wouldn't necessarily say great look. I mean, that's a pretty common college thing. I mean, you know, guys are just not going to generate the best look. And that's a spacing thing as well, too. You're going to take a three now, especially these days, you know, couple of steps back even behind the three-point line. And just because of the visual of the court in college in 2025, still, again, there's still going to be space a couple of steps behind the three-point line because that player's just not going to probably be as, you know, just not going to be as stepping out the same way. Because it's like, okay, well, he's already whatever behind the three-point line. But it's like, yeah, again, this, you know, college three-point line. So Washington at this point in the season was 12-14. Rutgers was 13-14. And again, we don't get the defensive highlights, but I guess Steph Castle is the defensive guard as well too. You know, who knows what the future for De'Aaron, hey, yo, Chad, for De'Aaron Fox is on the team, but he brings you that defensive ability upside as well too. Oh, there's a three that rattles in, Chad. I don't know. You guys might have heard that one rattle in. That was a crazy one. I guess why are we just sitting on this Oklahoma State page, chat? We'll go back to our guy Dylan Harper here real quick. So, I mean, you know, those are the top two comparisons that jump off the board. I don't know. We think the 6'6" guard it's not obviously, but it is you know, historically a little bit more of a two guard thing. And is the two guard sort of the one thing, obviously, that has kind of been a weird exit of that in the NBA because it's kind of gone to you're either a point guard or kind of a wing or sort of a, you know, a handler, you know, whatever, or a wing, a creator, we should say, or just a 3-and-D type of guy or a big, basically. You know, bringing that dynamic to the game of the rebounding and the interior defense or the perimeter defense with the switchability and the three-point shooting or the lead creation. So that type of, like, you know, you got Phoenix has kind of the last two. There you go. They got Booker and Beal both on the team over there. But, you know, a guy like James Harden, and that's what you're seeing with Dylan Harper. You know, he's that bigger guard that is now just a lead creator. I'm not saying his game, he's not necessarily a two guardish. And I guess that's the thing with Shea as well, too, is Shea, again, plays a little bit of point. And not even a little bit. I guess Shea is the point in the Thunder in 2025. But he is kind of a two guard, really. And I guess it is kind of the point, you know, the same way that MJ played the point, the same way that, or, you know, same way MJ was sort of lead guard, same way Kobe was kind of lead guard. Because, you know, you get the bigger lineups now in 2025, you know, you don't have to necessarily always have John Paxson out there on the lineup. But a lot of times as well, too, that second guard next to Shea can be a guy like Caruso or a guy like Cason Wallace that brings those secondary skills as well too. So you get the 6'6" thing, and that's where I guess the Shea comparison. You know, he's similar to Shea in that they're 6'6". Ayo, similar to Cade in that there's like a interior sort of physical imposing thing, chat. But he does seem to move a little bit, and I guess, you know, again, I guess that would be the sort of the dimensions of Cade with the game of Shea, because I think he's moving downhill a little bit more aggressively than Cade is. And Cade, not to say that Cade can't get to the basket, chat, or whatever. And, you know, Cade can definitely score from wherever. But Cade, there is a patience to his offensive game that he plays with. Oh, chat. These highlights are quicker than I feel like they should be. Okay, 27, 8, and 8 against USC. Is that Peterson kid still playing for USC? Who's that guy? I think he might be in the G League now, chat. It's like here, let me see if we just get a name search real quick. I want to say Evan Peters. Okay, no, chat. We're way off. There's some kind of I was gonna say some kind of Peter on the UFC team, but that's a pause. That's crazy. So nation crossing the nation, East Coast, West Coast, or no? Wait a second. USC is doing the traveling here, chat. Is this a Big Ten tournament game? Dylan Harper getting to the basket there. And you see him starting, I guess, a lot of it too. He does necessarily start off the ball. So he's kind of listed. He's listed as a guard. And I guess, again, you just kind of guard, not necessarily always lead creator, but he just kind of gets that point guard label more so than a guy like Steph Castle did. But he does start a lot off the ball, does set him up for his own offense to attack downhill and get his looks. So there is going to be probably a playmaking thing that needs to happen, but you would assume that Mitch Johnson, or not for him, but for the Spurs, there's still, I would want to say, do they need a point guard? But is there still like a connective tissue guy that they need? And maybe it would need to be more of like maybe they need to start looking more for like a 4 type guy for that almost, like you can't just necessarily say a Draymond type guy, but I mean, you think about the type of guy that Draymond is, obviously, he can play for any team in the league, but at the peak of his powers. But that type of defense and passing and not needing to score next to Wembanyama at the 4 chat. And again, Draymond necessarily wasn't a lights out 3-point shooter for his career, but when he needed to be, definitely had good 3-point shooting games and big games for him. And if a guy was just, obviously more, it's not impossible to see Draymond Green's skill set with a more consistent 3-point shooter, obviously. So maybe you need to look there as not as like a point guard level, Draymond level point guard type guy, but even Boris Diaw, like, former Spurs legend, just that connective tissue. There's going to be a little bit of a run the offense factor through him at times when you need to. You can put him in certain spots in the post and top of the key and run some stuff around him. I mean, Jokic is the best version of this for a center, but or even a guy like Vooch as well too. Again, Vooch gets you a little bit more scoring focused, but I feel like maybe Vooch is not totally. Hey, I was the Vooch to the Spurs chat. It's crazy. I mean, Giannis, of course, obviously, definitely a very playmaking, definitely a very big factor into his game, and he does like. Getting to the left, but really he does get to both sides of the basket. Chat Dylan Harper at it seems like a pretty good rate. Doesn't mind going left. Do we need to pay attention? Is he lefty? He might be lefty. We'll lock in on this next jump shot. I feel like is the lefty now not necessarily less noticeable, but definitely a little bit. We might have to rewatch that one, chat. I'm not gonna lie. I don't necessarily was I not paying attention for that one. Let's see if we get hey yo. See if we can find that one again. Oh, we'll just go a little 20-point game versus Maryland. I guess he could have gotten his first basket in 8 minutes left in the first half, but did he really, chat? Free throw line? 20 points still? Okay, here we go. 14 minutes left in the first half, so they're just cutting around randomly. Frankie Vision. Get your cuts straight here. But in transition, one-on-one in transition, difficult to stop, chat. Definitely good at shielding defenders. I mean, that's a kind of a Shea-ish drive right there. And, we're thinking of current players as well, too. I don't know if we're going to be able to dip back, our own historical bag. Ayo, chat. That's not necessarily a very full bag. Can we say that? Are we allowed to? FCC? Are we going to get in trouble? That's not necessarily a very full bag. At this point, but still, I would feel like we just have to do a stat head check on 6'6" guards. What are you talking like? Rudy Gay, chat. It's like a perimeter player. Like I've not Dylan Harper. I think we're in a little bit of a different territory with the player as well too. Or a guy like Donovan Mitchell is, he is just more explosive. Definitely playing above the rim a little bit more. I would say, even with the decisiveness that Dylan Harper does have, like, there is still a little bit of a... And, Mitchell, I think, is maybe even playing on the ball a little bit more at times than it seems like, Harper would. But Harper is obviously at the end of possessions setting a lot of stuff up, which is ultimately the stuff that you want from your guys. So, just a random Ace Bailey defensive highlight, chat. Starting the second half against Maryland with a block. Shout out. The 18th ranked Maryland Terps. I guess they were like a 4 or a 5 seed in the tournament this year, so They were a pretty good, and were they in the? They might have been in the Big Ten championship as well too. Now that I think about it, I feel like maybe they made a run in this year's tournament. So, Maryland, feisty team, collective guys. Oh, because they had Ayo chat. They had Angel Reese's cousin or something like that. Whoa, a stepbrother. I don't know what's the relationship there, chat. Hey yo, I don't know what it was, but there's some Reese guy on the Maryland, and I think he might be in the draft as well too. I don't know. We check him on Take-a-thon chat real quick. We're gonna get Derek King obviously for Maryland on the board, but just Derek King at 8 chat. For Maryland in this year's draft cycle, apparently. So Julian Reese, Xavier Lee, not on other draft boards. Our G League team is going to be stacked, chat. It's looking like our scouting is locked in again. Hey yo, can we get Sears, Xavier Lee, and Julian Reese? Is there a G League? Is there a name for the G League title, chat? Is there a G League in-season tournament that we can win with this lineup? I think it would definitely be very feared. Okay, so here's a game versus Illinois, chat. 26. Illinois with our guy Kasparis, or however you say his name. Also top 10-ish projected pick. Safe to say a lottery projected pick. But to give him even a little bit more respect. And Rutgers, at this point in the season, they were at 11-1, chat? Oh, 11-11. Okay, whoa, wait a second. I was like, I guess I did see a couple of wins there to start the season, but I didn't remember 11 out of 12, I guess. But was it just a schedule thing, or was there an injury on the team that we didn't know about? Maybe as the rest of college basketball sort of the cohesiveness thing figured out, again, just this team maxed the talent ceiling of it, just tapped out early. But he's got a very good behind the back dribble thing, that a little step back behind the back dribble that, I can he get that in year one, chat? But, Steph Castle had a move in year one that he had right away, and you could see it immediately allow him for offensively to be able to stay on the court, and then defensively he's impacting stuff too. And offensively, there's going to be looks that he's going to be able to get, I think, because that dribble move is going to be there for him. And the attack off of the patience as well too. He's got a great, the hesitation off before the crossover seems to be very, very effective. I mean, he's also great at attacking. Seems like good matchups for him. A chase down block there as well too. So I mean, if with the right coaching staff and motivation, chat, I'm sure you could channel the athleticism. I guess I'm saying the athleticism. He did have a pretty good dunk earlier, so I should say that we give him his credit. But again, he hasn't had a ton of above the rim type play, so I don't know if we need to pull up the testing here, chat, and see. Again, Castle plays a little bit. Oh, there's the pull up 3. Castle plays a little bit more below the rim, but he was in the dunk contest. Hey, yo, pause. He was a little in the dunk contest, so he is obviously an incredible, explosive athlete. But there is a patience to his game as well too. And I like Dylan Harper's 3-point shot. I gotta say, chat, it's a nice. It seems like a pretty good, just standard form, AO, but there is a compact quickness to it and a confidence that maybe it does lead if he gets a little off balance or reckless with his form. He's just not totally locked in with the muscle memory or whatever. But his comfort, what you can see him, when he gets on balance, his comfort and his fluidity into his jumper is really good. And I think maybe that's as good as Castle is with his jumper. Maybe the off the dribble pull up stuff can be a little clunkier at times, where you see him being more effective with that in the mid range. You can see Dylan Harper, I think, easily extending some of this pull out stuff. Chet. Some of the, easily extending some of the dribble pull up game to the 3-point range. And yeah, that off the dribble, that just off the pick and roll. Defender goes over the top, the big sinks down too low, and he's just able to get that wide open 3 there. I mean, that's a tough sort of little heat check shot, but he's very confident when he got into it there. And he's been this Illinois game's good hustle tape as well too. 23rd team in the nation. This Illinois team, I think, maybe even chatting in transition. So he saved the ball on defense, and then ran back, hustled on offense. Yeah, a great save, chat. Whoa. A behind the back save. and then hustle back into the corner. Ace Bailey again with the assist. So, you got to give Ace Bailey, he keeps giving these assists to Dylan Harper, chat. I don't know, do we pull up Ace Bailey's? So he might have been like 2 a game, the 2 times he passed to Dylan Harper. Wait, Ace Bailey, he doesn't even exist, chat. Not only did he not take a meeting, he erased his sports reference page. Oh, here we go. Arias Bailey, shout out. All Big Ten. He was all Big Ten this year. Oh, yeah, 1.3 assists per game. So we really are watching all of Ace Bailey's assists to Dylan Harper. So that was a good game again. Illinois, pretty competitive team this past college season. We didn't necessarily lock too much in on our guy Casperis there. But Penn State, 24, 12, and 5, and 2 blocks for Dylan Harper at this one. Led the Big Ten in points per game at one point. He was up to 23 there for a second. So wait, let's split these game logs up real quick and see what happened. Maybe it was Dylan Harper just, started to not score as much. Oh, yeah, chat. Look at the start to the season. He did have a couple of games, I guess, yeah, right as the conference schedule turned. Wisconsin 0 for 2. Played 15 minutes, though, so I don't know. Did he get hurt? Hey, yo, Chad, do we have to go back and ask ChatGPT, did Dylan Harper get hurt in the 2025 season? So I guess I was saying earlier that he was not necessarily the best shot selector with his 3-pointers. So maybe it was just a couple of games, chat, but he does definitely get a lot of transition pull-up threes and those quick dribble pull-up threes. He hunts a lot of, I should say, the same threes. So if there's consistency there, he kind of knows what he's looking for, and he gets to his comfort. It's about getting to your spots and getting to the place that you're comfortable getting a shot with. He knows that, I don't know, he's like, oh, I'm a 33% three-point shooter. But he knows that that's a good look for him in those certain situations. But here, let me see. Dylan Harper injury. Maybe he's still actively dealing with it, and we don't even realize it. Expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks of basketball activity. So is this recent, chat, or is this from earlier in the season? I guess, did he miss 4 to 6 weeks earlier in the season? Probably not. June 14th. Okay, chat. Hey, yo. So, Dylan Harper's summer league may be in doubt for the Spurs this year. It is what it is. But, yeah, so I don't know, in season, after going in under a voluntary knee procedure. Wait, we should have marking his second consecutive missed game. Ruled out for Michigan. Oh, wait a second. So, I don't know. We're getting too quick. AI's mixing up its sources here, chat. June 14, 2024. Hey, yo, chat. 2024. I wasn't locked in. I was like, okay, it was hot off the press, but apparently not. Apparently not. So, status versus Illinois. I guess, okay, there was some missed games in here. 1-6, 1-9, 36, 9, 13, 16, 20, 25, 2, 5, 9, 12. Reading the dates of the games that he played. Hey, yo, chat, that's entertaining. But Wisconsin, anyways, 0 for 2. Purdue, 2 for 9. UCLA, 5 for 13. So, for the non-conference stretch to start the season, I guess, first, let's see here. If it loads. First 13 games, 8-5. So, I guess, whether or not he was playing well doesn't even matter, Chad. Dylan Harper, good stats, bad team. But he was, to start the season, Chad, this is, I guess, the best version of Dylan Harper from this last year that you're really projecting out. Because if he was 52-37% in the NBA, that would be incredible. 23 a game, 52% for the field, 37% for the three. Speaking of Shea, chat, those numbers right there, that stat line is a little Jalen Williams-y stat line. And maybe there is a little Jalen Williams, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander combo, chat. Whoa. Dylan Harper. Dylan Harper is the Venn diagram of Shea Gilgeous and Jalen Williams, maybe. Because that's similar efficiency, similar overall production. 5 assists. I guess Jalen Williams could be in the 5 assists. 23, 5 and 5. Good efficiency. Definitely, chat. Definitely. Again, maybe I was a little bit just not thinking along the right lines, I guess, in my own mind about what Dylan Harper was as a player. I was thinking more people talking to him about more trying to project him out as a point guard versus, again, maybe not an off-ball scorer, but maybe a guy that is setting himself up off the ball more so. Or maybe his journey in the NBA is to get on that lead creator type path. But does the Ringer have a draft guide? Ayo, KOC, shout out. Of course, as I say, on to bigger, better things. But on to, well, I guess for him, chat, on to bigger, better things for sure. But I don't know, is the NBA still doing their draft guide? Oh, of course they are, chat. Okay. So let's see. Ayo, shout out the Ringer. Dylan Harper, yeah, chat, looking good in the old illustration there. For sure, looking like a future star Spur. Big hyper-coordinated lead guard. I guess they're going to spoil it with some comparisons here, chat. We're going to see what they had. Shout out to Danny Chow to get a clear sense of what Harper is headed. Watch his feet. Okay. Whoa, chat. Danny Chow. Hey, yo. The horny scout, Danny Chow. But his on-ball command, manipulating balls, decisively splits the defense. Whoa. Getting to the rim. Hey, yo. Harper has instincts, pedigree, good defender. Player comps. AJ Mitchell. Whoa. Chat. It's the number 2 pick in the draft. What just happened? Okay, am I getting a little ahead of myself? It could be, chat. Okay, so he's somewhere between I guess all Thunder players. Somewhere between Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and AJ Mitchell, chat. And mom made pizza rolls, James Harden. Oh, chat, I don't like that either. Danny Chow, it sounds like he's taking... I'm already defending Dylan Harper as a Spur. He's taking shots at our guy, chat. What's he doing? Mama made pizza rolls, James Harden. I think that's just James Harden, chat. I don't know what the comparison is. But Ron Harper is good, and I guess Ron Harper is even a little bit more off the ball as well, too. I think Ron Harper earlier in his career, I mean, if he had the career of Ron Harper, I guess if the Spurs could just go back into a time machine and get Ron Harper, that'd be sick, chat. We're going to have to look up here. Did Ron Harper just play on the Spurs for a year? I don't think he did, but... if he did, he does get... Ron Harper is a wild card in the all-time Spurs lineup. It's like, who's one guy that you want to get from another team? We don't want MJ or Kareem or Magic. Ron Harper, chat. The Ohio Flyer, Harp? Ohio Flyer, Ronald Harp, 5-time champ. Cleveland Clippers, Bulls, and Lakers. So the man, after playing in Cleveland, he's like, I'm only playing for large market teams, chat. Clippers, Bulls, Lakers. At that point, but 15-year career, 13 a game for his career, 46% from the field. Is he 28%? He was a 3-point shooter, Chad. Shot 29% from 3, but no, he was a bit more of a defensive big guard scorer. And 23, it's similar to what we were seeing there for those first couple of games to start the year, Chad. 23 a game, the 3-point efficiency from 86, but 45% from the field. So his 2-point efficiency was 47% here. I guess we could go back to Dylan Harper's page as well and see. But Ron Harper would be, and a Ron Harper type player for the Spurs would be great, chat. Oh, Ace Bailey, #1 trending page right now. I wonder why, chat. I wonder why. Let's see here. Wait, are we on? Oh, Dylan. I guess and the Harper namesake, chat. Dylan Harper, Ron Harper, it all kind of makes sense. But I guess he was even a bit more efficient from 2 than our guy Ron Harper as well too. So shout out to modern spacing as well, chat. It works a little bit, and he was definitely getting to the free throw line more than Ron Harper was back in the day. How many times was he attacking the basket? He was 7 a game in that rookie season. Hey, yo, chat, don't doubt Ron Harper. I'm underestimating his talent. For, the majority of his start of his career here before he went to Chicago and then again moved into a little bit of a different role with MJ and Pippen and all those guys. He was 20 a game for the first, I guess there's a traded season in here. The first 7-8 seasons of his career, he's 20 a game, 47% from 2, chat, so... Dylan Harper, 60% from 2. Oh, whoa. Even more encouraging, chat. Even better. But while he does get that mid-range, he doesn't necessarily settle for mid-range too much. And again, I was saying Shea, but it's more the way that Shea navigates some of that pivot. I guess with what Danny Chow was saying, chat. Hey, yo, watch his footwork. with some of that pivot work around the hoop, where again Shea is really a lot more focused on the mid-range scoring from bucket to bucket, but that's what I was saying with Harper. There is, I'm taking it back, Chet. There's a fish. He's a good 3-point. He takes good threes. He takes good threes. He gets to the basket. He is an efficient mindset player, a player of the times, Chet. A player of 2025. There's no way that we've watched all of the Dylan Harper highlights. That's for sure. We're slacking on... Oh, Notre Dame. Here we go, Chet. We got one. 36 against Notre Dame. Maybe we already watched this one as well, too. We're running this back. I'm not sure. But Players Era? Oh, no, wait. Notre Dame. So Players Era must have been the tournament, because I think Players Era was what they were playing Bama in. And Bama, right after that Notre Dame game, listed there back-to-back. But, yeah, so great start numbers-wise to the season. And then I guess when it turned there a little bit, chat, we really get, be harsh on him here. This little game stretch, 6-game stretch, he dropped to 35% from the field, 9 points a game. Oh, no, chat. Oh, no. And then after that, so, I mean, if you took that 6-game stretch out of the season, he would probably even have, like, really fantastic numbers as well, too. And then after that, not quite the same, decent three-point efficiency at 37. He dropped to 38% in the last 10 games of the season. 32.8%. But back to 47% for the field. So 57% from two, back to that efficiency again in 21 points a game. So he was basically a 20-point-a-game scorer. What was he, like 19.4. But, definitely would have easily finished over 20 points a game. And maybe even over 50% from the field as well, too. I don't know quite if he would have got there, but it definitely would have been close, chat. So this is fun, chat. I'm not gonna say that. And again, the Spurs, we were in that range, that middle range for for a handful of years there, and we didn't necessarily have the constant. I guess this 2-year window, 3-year window, 2-year window, 3. Yeah, I guess. 3-year window, because we took Castle at 4. So this 3-year window of us being in the top 4 is got to be the most top 5 picks that we've ever had, in a 3-year window. Because like Sohan was the 8th pick in the draft. Even like Vassell, we were looking at, 11th pick in the draft. Like, we're slowly creeping up to number 1 there, chat. But it's not like we've had, again, the multiple years of scouting of, fantasizing about what these top guys could be like on our potential teams. So it's not like we've, watched the Anthony Edwards highlights with that in mind, or the Paolo Banchero highlights with that in mind. It's just been like, okay, do we think Paolo's going to be better than Chet? Or, we're just trying to make a prediction at that point. We're not necessarily, or just for the love, love of the game, Chet, but not necessarily how is this guy going to fit in our team. So I'm not necessarily sitting here saying that Dylan Harper is, again, is he as good? Is he Anthony Edwards? Is he all these stuff? What names do we want to throw out here and do all the rankings of the best prospects from the last 10 years, blah, blah, blah. But Dylan Harper, this is about as fun of a prospect to watch, and about as projectable of a skill set as you'll see, where there's a confidence. And again, I am just an irrational Spurs fan, chat. It is what it is. But some of the traits where, again, with the 3-point shooting, there's a miss right there, chat. I guess I feel like that's what we're missing with the highlights. A lot of, from past years, I feel like there's been more videos of every shot. It's like Dylan Harper 6 for 10 from the field, and here's all 10 of his, or I guess 12 for 22 from the field, and here's all 22 shots. But this is this is really gonna warp our opinion, chat, of him with all of the makes. But I could see his 3, and that 3-point miss as well too was not a bad miss. It was just that typical sort of long back iron type of 3. The there's a free throw miss, chat. Overtime, you hate to see it. Down by 1, close the game. I guess they do close this game, chat. Spoiler alert. They barely win this one. Does he get the buzzer beater win, or free throws? I guess it's his free throws keeping him in the lead. So it's Notre Dame getting it to 1 is actually a little bit scary than Rutgers just closing it out. So that's why I guess on this one, chat, yeah, he was crazy free throws, 10 for 14, because it was definitely sending him to the line, trying to play the free throw game a little bit at the end there. And Notre Dame even tied it at 84-84. Dylan Harper misses a free throw. 85-84. It makes the second one. 11 seconds left. Oh, here we go, chat. We've got all the highlights in this one. Here's the passing plus the turnover highlights next. So those were all the scoring highlights. Here are the playmaking highlights. So here's him using that patience to kind of navigate in the post a little bit. I guess we haven't necessarily seen that much yet. So when he does, I guess maybe the point is when he does get an opening to attack, he really does attack it, because in that kind of possession right there where he got closed off and he made the pass, you know, he hasn't had a possession where he worked in and got around and scored and all that stuff. Not in a bad way. It's just, it's always been a little bit more like, oh, he spun off the guy directly and then just got him to the hoop. But there's the creation in transition. So while maybe, again, not a playmaker or, you know, not a point guard, a lead point, maybe he's not Chris Paul. Like, I guess, hey, yo, Chad, just bring back Chris Paul. What am I thinking? It solves all our problems right there, like always. But, you know, Chris Paul, I mean, perfect. Just going to teach Steph Castle and Dylan Harper how to beat point guards. They'll just, is that a Tubi? Can we cook up a Tubi original, Chris Paul boot camp, where he trains him how to be point guards? I don't necessarily, a buddy cop duo. It's like a buddy cop Karate Kid, chat. Hey, yo, it's like a Dylan Harper, Steph Castle, two young Padawan situation. The old Jedi Master, Chris Paul. They have to go to the old sort of, or maybe it's like is it a buddy cop movie, or are we just ripping off, just immediately copying him, chat? It's not even out yet. This Jordan Peele executive produced football movie starring Marlon Wayans. Hey, yo. And we're just immediately being like, well, I guess we got to do a terror, you know, horror thriller basketball version, which, I mean, make no mistake, we probably will. But do we wait for the movie to drop? I guess at this point, now that we've thought about it, we'll see how long we can hold it off for. Hey, yo, so here's some of the defensive highlights. Chad, is this going to be the ones that we want to start not necessarily looking toward? I guess, again, with his traits, you would imagine that with effort and energy, obviously, there's going to be an ability to keep up on defense. He's not a guy that you would question what if, which is a good thing, and it's something that I think you always look for. Again, not necessarily to, you know, be too harsh against some guys where it's like, are there things that they can't overcome defensively from the trait standpoint? But it is what it is, chat. You know, Sam's ruthless like that as well too. Sam will just be like, hey, you know what? Everybody on the team's got to be. If Sam was running a team, chat, he would implement like a, hey, yo, chat, what's going on right now? Everywhere in the world, but okay, we just get off the phone. But that's where Sam is. Sam's ruthless, chat. He would just implement rules. Like, everybody on the team's over 6'7". It is what it is. We only draft 6'7" players. We only draft wings and creators, and our team's gonna be crazy switch one. So Dylan Harper, he just missed the cut. Maybe I feel like Sam would be like 6'5", a 6'5" limit on the team. Everybody on the team 2 guard and up. We're not even dealing with the question marks about. And then maybe, you know, we'll make exceptions for the Case and Wallace types and stuff like that. But I feel like even at that point, chat, we go back in the draft where we're both Thompson twins off the board when Case and Wallace got drafted. So yeah, I feel like, you know, we might have snagged a Thompson twin. Although Amen was obviously 4th pick, but I guess they went 4 and 5. So, and then was Case and Wallace 6 then? So yeah, maybe they were both off the board. Ah, well. Fortunate. Imagine, oh, that was close. Sar Thompson on, or no, wait, Case and Wallace went 10, right? Because they traded the Lively pick for him or something like that. Something along those lines, Chad. So, hey, yo, Dallas, once again, Nico Harrison continuing to ruin the league. I don't know if the Case and Wallace trade is the one that, quote-unquote, ruined the league, but it helped him, and definitely in playoff moments and through the regular season, he was a impactful guy. So, you see him right there, Chad, moving his feet. I guess you don't see him, but we see him moving his feet. On defense, again, watch his feet. Hey, yo. Love to see it, but definitely a great, great shuffling, chat. Sometimes you see a guy, the ability to run and keep up, but he has the ability to just, the lateral quickness and shuffle and keep up, which is another Steph Castle thing as well, too. So I really am starting to kind of like the fit of them together, and maybe the Shea Jalen Williams combination as well too has definitely helped that out. But let's get a comparison here, chat. Let's see, and let me actually log back in here to the old GPT and see what we've got cooking. Maybe Chat GPT, it'll probably just be like, okay, the ringer.com says that he is like Ron Harper, but maybe it can compile. We can ask it for both. We can ask it to compile a list of comparisons, but also give us some original ones, because we got to call some people out, Chat. We need comparisons and sources, and then we can put people on, and then maybe we make a chart. Hey, yo, Chat, start holding some people accountable. We'll hold ourselves accountable. We'll put ourselves in the chart, Chat. We're going to be the most difficult ones to hold accountable, because I've already compared him to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So, anybody else, just, already, I've got Dylan Harper down for 1 MVP before 27. So, it's just, you could definitely get more reasonable, than that pick for sure. I'm sure there's, Ron Harper seems definitely a little bit more manageable, but I think maybe, again, somewhere in the middle could be fun as well. A couple of All-Stars, an All-NBA. Ron Harper, I guess he didn't make an All-Star in All-NBA. Or it's not going to say if he got just votes as well, too. Will it say on his awards page if he got All-NBA votes 1 year? All-League, All-Rookie, All-NBA voting shares. Okay, he did, Chat. So an 88-89, top 25 player, top 38, top 40 player in 93, 94, the 90s. So, getting more respect, definitely, obviously, going to the Bulls there a little bit. And I guess maybe even the Bulls later than that as well, too, than just 91. But, yeah, let's see what we got here. So, oh, wait, let me get the page pulled back up as well. Okay, boom, Chat, we're cooking. So, Dylan Harper, who or what? Wait, what? I don't know what. Who is Dylan Harper like? Or I would say which NBA player? Which NBA players is Dylan Harper's game most like? Our grammar is going to be really good after just all kinds of reps on ChatGPT, right, Chat? So, which NBA players is Dylan Harper's game most like? Most similar to? I don't know what the best way to say it is, but it'll get the point either way. So, search in the web. ChatGPT, don't cheat. Bleacher Report. Dylan Harper molds his game after Cade Cunningham. There it is, Chat. We got the Cade Cunningham comparison. There's James Harden again as well, too. Is this no sites for this one? Bleacher Report, though, has given us the Cade. Dylan Harper compares his game to Cade, James Harden, and SGA. Oh, so he is borrowing from Cade and SGA. Well, keep doing it, Dylan Harper, because it's working. It's showing, and it's effective. I like it. Okay, now we're watching the Wagner highlights. I don't know if we need to lock in for these, but those are good comparisons. So James Harden, Shai, as well too. Scouts, Jalen Brunson, crafty lead guard, known for his finishing pause and footwork and intelligence, scoring. So Brunson's footwork, I think, obviously a little bit more advanced than Dylan Harper's. Dylan Harper's is a little bit more situational, even though, again, I think we haven't seen a lot of him operating post-wise the same way that Brunson has, so it could just be opportunities given to him. But there's Jalen Williams as well, too, Chat. News Sports Pulse is the Jalen Brunson comparison for Dylan Harper. And I guess 6'6", if Brunson was 6'6", would he be like Dylan Harper? I guess Dylan Harper has had that in and out move that Brunson hits a couple of times, for sure. But his crossover, that little crossover into the mid-range there. Well, Brunson definitely has that move. It's just at Brunson's pace. So that's not a bad comparison either, Chat. All these guys are great comparisons. Well, we love all of these players. Jalen Williams, De'Aaron Fox. Some view Harper's lightning first step and downhill mentality as Fox-esque. I mean, Fox definitely, downhill first step for sure. But that is a main part of Harper's game. But I feel like Harper maybe is stringing one dribble move more before that, whereas Fox is a little bit more just kind of the speed, but his handle's obviously really good as well too. But Reddit consensus. What are the people saying, Chat? Dylan's main quality is slash, and he's so quick. His playstyle is closer to Shai. Harden, Williams, Cade, all of the players, chat. De'Aaron Fox as well, too. Stephen A. Smith. Does Stephen A. Smith have a comparison for our guy, Dylan Harper? So we get hey, yo, chat. We get an Ace Bailey comp here real quick and see what we got as well, too. What about Ace Bailey, the old teammate, chat? Which maybe we should watch a couple of highlights for him as well, too, and see what we get. Oh, did I see the New York Post in there? Ace Bailey, chat. Is this the right Ace Bailey? I don't know. It definitely said, here's Ace Bailey, the standout wing from Rutgers, but this is some Ace Bailey. So, shout out to Stanley Cup Finals. Did just end as well, too. Does this look like Toronto Maple Leafs, chat? Is this guy even a real guy? Let's double check this guy real quick. We got to cross-reference the old ChatGPT and see what we got here. Who is this? So is maybe he's like this hockey player. Maybe there's similarities in this game, chat. He weaves through the defense like this. So there's an Ace Bailey from 1927? Whoa. And I guess, that is Ace Bailey, chat. I guess we can't really do the old-timey, what's the old-timey voice? Like, hey, yeah, you see? Ace Bailey, you see? There we go, chat. We'll workshop it. I think it's something. 69 to 79, I think Americans have kind of found their voice by then. Garnet Edward Bailey, nickname Ace, one-time Cup winner. Boston, Washington, Edmonton. Bouncing around a little bit there, chat. But I'm guessing that Ace Bailey was the 1927-1934 Ace Bailey. There he is, chat. Ace Bailey, Hall of Fame, yeah. I guess, notable Ace Bailey for sure. Shout out, R.I.P., legendary run, chat, born 1903. So I guess, how legendary on the ice, I guess. But not necessarily, I guess, as you would expect, chat, in the 20s and 30s, didn't have the 20-year career that some guys did. A nice little 8-year career back in the day. Finished second in Hart voting in 1928, 1929. Chat, can we get newspaper articles from, maybe we get the ChatGPT to pull some of that stuff up, chat. Hey, yo, can we get newspaper articles about the Hart Award? Wait, so who was the conversation here? Was this like a close battle? It kind of was a little bit. Roy Waters? Hey, yo, chat. Roy Waters with 74 votes. And Ace Bailey, our guy Ace Bailey, with 64 votes. So he's reincarnated as an NBA basketball player that doesn't want to play for any teams. Hey, yo, chat. Hey, yo, the Lady Bing Award. Frank Boucher, 114's Harold Daw, 87 in second place there. So they only had 2 awards back in 28, 29. I guess as they had more players, more guys to name awards after. But I don't know. I don't even know what the best way to ask this is. Can we see? Because like if I ask to see this, is it just going to generate fake ones based on the prompt that I'm giving, or is it actually going to give me real? The thing is, their real ones could exist. So if the real ones do exist, then as it runs the simulation like that. Hey, yo, chat. Now we're just like thinking about ChatGPT. But can we see a newspaper? Oh yeah, chat. 2 words. Can we see newspaper headlines about the battle? Because like I guess if there wasn't necessarily a battle for it, that could throw it off as well too. About the battle for the Hart Memorial Award in the NHL in 1928, 1929, chat. Hey, yo, how far back in history we go? I guess we're not quite 100 years at this point. Oh, chat. See, yes, fictional era newspaper headlines. Wait a second. But it gives us the real names. Roy Waters, goalie for the Americans, but here's fierce competition. So wait, here's fictional but accurate. What does that even mean? Fictional but accurate? So can we get real ones? I don't even care about these. Can we see real ones? Is this even a possibility? Potentially? There's no way that these exist they don't exist! I can't uncover actual newspaper headlines. Well, records clearly show that Roy Waters won the award. Specific newspaper clippings or headlines from this era haven't been digitized. Local newspapers from wait a sec. To view real headlines from this time, you likely need to consult historical. Oh, okay. So the Times doesn't have the 1929 newspaper on the online archive. What's going on, Chad? This is why the Times is falling apart, because we're trying to go back and access the 30s newspapers, and we can't find them. So, what's check, we can't spell. Okay, here we go. Take 3. What's the earliest battle it can find? It can find. And see what, maybe the 30s? By the 40s? I can find pointing the hardware race 1928 season when it comes to the 1920. Oh, Chad, there's literally one from 1928 to 2029. What is it saying here? The earliest real world reference I can find pointing to the Harper World War race. Oh, wait, till the specific race from a march in Ottumwa. The Ottawa Citizen in Ottumwa, I'm thinking of our home state, chat. It outlines the manager's all-star selections and highlights Roy Waters' strong support, noting the Hart Trophy Award for most valuable player in the league is likely to go to Roy Waters. Okay, so by the all-star break, he had it locked down, chat. See, there we go. Look at that. In 1929, halfway through the season, Roy Waters is just tearing apart the league, and everybody thinks he's going to. While this isn't an actual front page headline, oh yeah, see, we don't need necessarily front page. Hey yo, if you're looking for actual front page, okay, so what's the earliest info? Just info in general, chat. We just need any kind of research. What's the earliest info on the NBA MVP that exists, chat? And we'll see what we get here for results about the NBA. Because I guess hockey maybe started a little bit before the NBA. But the earliest official NBA MVP award. Wait, so what's... Oh, earliest info? Reset itself, chat. Let's see here. Would you like help exploring newspaper? Yeah, we want earliest media reaction and see what we get. NBA chat. I mean, 40s? Reddit? I don't think Reddit was around in the 40s. Okay, so it couldn't exactly find an article from 56. ChatGPT's slacking today, chat. It is what it is. It is. But the poll from 28-29, we do have to give it credit. That is fun research. So wait, let's go back here real quick. Ace Bailey chat. Did we actually get the Ace Bailey player comparisons? Oh, wait a second. We did. We just got sidetracked, of course, with the hockey player. So Ace Bailey, the hockey player, shout out. I guess, is this a grainy? Is this actual footage, pictures of him? Or are these all generated here? No, those are real. The other one, I don't know if it's generated or if it just generated a drawing. Like, is that fake or did somebody really draw that? But either way, here's a full look. Ace Bailey, 6'10". Chad, he's 6'10"? I guess I didn't realize he was 6'10". I'm going to take him top 5 again. Hey, yo, this is how you get in trouble. You go, well, he is 6'10", so he's going to be good. But how Ace Bailey compares to NBA players, a recent Hoops hype generator. Bailey named Durant, Paul George, and Tatum as inspiration. So pretty, straightforward wing guys to model your game after. I think Sam likes the Tatum inspirations for sure. I think maybe... Will Sam be defending Ace Bailey, chat, as a guy for the NBA draft? Michael Porter Jr., Tracy McGrady. Okay, chat, so there's a little bit of a difference there. DeMarcus Cousins and Andy Quach at FanDuel highlighted T-Mac comparisons, praising Ace smooth, high-release shot. Jabari Smith. Ooh, Jabari Smith is interesting, chat. Jabari Smith, he almost seems like a 7-footer, honestly. And that's maybe just because they're playing him at center. Brandon Miller, Lauri Markkanen. Oh, chat. Lauri Markkanen. We start calling Lauri the white ace, chat. Hey, yo, whoa. I don't know if that kind of works or not, but Lauri again, too. I think Lauri's actually like 7 foot, 7'1". Even though if Ace Bailey became sort of but is Ace Bailey that type of 3-point shooter? I think that, projectably that'd be nice, but I don't know if that's what he's at, that kind of lockdown right now as well. Rebounding instincts and blocks are what he's got going for him, chat. So that is a little Jabari Smith-esque, is like, you're 6'10", the shot's not necessarily fallen, but you can still have effort. So again, that's good stuff to see as well too. But let's go back to his numbers real quick. Yeah, only 1.3. So 34% from 3. Not necessarily, I guess technically better than our guy Dylan Harper, chat, but still not as the number you'd want to see. So this is going to be our bias right here, chat, put to the test. It's like, okay, why would we not like Ace Bailey's jumper compared to Dylan Harper's jumper? But I guess we'll find out right here, chat. So let's see. I don't know. When you start watching the tape, we find out why he doesn't want people to watch him. Here we go. Ace Bailey, 39 versus Indiana, 17. So they're getting, you know, nearly 40 a game, chat. They're getting 38 a game, 39 a game from Ace Bailey and from Dylan Harper, and it's just not enough. The rest of the team must have been, hey, yo, chat. Hey, yo, that must have been brutal. But for the nation, anyways, they had to have been up there for the stats. Do we have player stats here anywhere, chat? School stats. I don't see player stats. I guess we'll just go leaders here. Season men's 24, 25. Start mixing in a little bit of the smaller schools. I don't know who's up there. Eric Dixon, Villanova, 23 a game. Trent McLaughlin, 22 a game. Nick Bartolini, 20.5 was top 10 in the nation. So, of course, your top 10 in the nation scores would be 20 points a game for sure. But Harper, with his decisiveness, and again, with him sort of being used off the ball. And the thing about a guy being used off the ball as well, too, kind of to the offense to set him up, as much as it can be like, well, I guess if he's not making the shots, then what's the point of the offense setting him up? But also, again, it's a two-sided horse. But a two-sided horse, is that a thing, chat? Hey, yo, it's a it's a two-sided something, two-faced something. It's the offense is, his shots are still a function of the offense. So again, the offense is function to generate shots for him, but the offense, if the offense is generating shots for him, then the offense is functioning. Whereas if you get a guy that, the point being, if you get a guy that can kind of take the offense out of its rhythm by some of the ISO game, that's where you wonder if a guy like Ace Bailey, what his game is. But that little quick spin into the lane seemed like a nice look, chat. And again, it's 6'10". I mean, that is not even like he needed to use his high release point as an advantage there. He just was already at an advantage and is able to just get an easy little look in the mid-range. So this defender pushes him out almost to half court, but the dribble is not bad either. He keeps it high. So, is that a little Brandon Ingram there, chat? Hey, yo, a little Brandon Ingram on the take. And I think Brandon Ingram was a guy that, yes, he was obviously and still is, a skinnier guy. And there was always kind of questions about, is it driving to the basket, his physicality, is he going to be able to the contact? And that is something that he had to learn as well, too. But you never felt like it wasn't something, again, that he couldn't learn. And watching him drive to the basket in college, you're like, yeah, I mean, he's obviously a very talented scorer from all the places. So Bailey kind of doesn't necessarily have that sort of the skinniness factor to his game. He's not a thicker player, but he's not necessarily that, is he going to hold up on drives type of guy. And the defense, chat, I mean, in this Indiana game, I guess how many blocks did he have? Here, it says on the thing. 4 blocks, and I guess a bunch of them early as well, too, in the game. Yeah, first half he had a couple of them, so, it's going to look more impressive with them all kind of stacked together like that. But that kind of says, I do like, do we have a source on the Jabari Smith comp? Who said Jabari Smith, chat? A News Sport Pulse? Okay, we're just going to pull up the old News Sport Pulse big board, chat. They're throwing heat right now. Hey, yo, who is this guy? Call in. We don't even have a name. Just some bot. Just some AI bot over here cooking up NBA comparisons. Better than everybody, chat? Probably. Taking jobs, of course, as you'd expect. So this is it just Ace Bailey's report? Yeah, okay, wait. So we're just on Ace Bailey's report. Michael Porter Jr. and Jabari Smith. I guess it gave us both comps there. Range pick 5 through 10 for him. I guess, again, the way they've been able to, not necessarily Jabari Smith in college, more Jabari Smith in the NBA. Oh, chat. They're showing Durant highlights during the Ace Bailey highlights from a point in the game where they were showing Durant highlights as the comparison. So we have to remember that I guess that was the comparison at one point for Ace Bailey. Brandon Ingram maybe a little bit as well too was a Durant protege in there. But I mean, Jabari Smith, the way he was operating as a mid-range scorer in college is almost totally different from the player that he is in the pros as a. He's almost you don't want to call him a 1-of-1 in the pros, but because again he still is a guy that you would project to have that upside as a sort of pivot jab step scorer, in the mid range, but he is almost becoming, I guess, more like a Bam Adebayo type play. I don't know if Bam Adebayo is quite right, but his 3-point shooting and then the defense where it's like, okay, you wouldn't expect him to be the defensive guy, but there's rebounding stuff there as well too. So Bam, clearly Ace Bailey is a better scorer perimeterly than Bam is, for sure. But and Bam's obviously a way better interior defender. It's not the same comparison, but I guess at 6'10", there's so in the same way that Harper and Shea are similar at 6'6", his Bam comparison is the fact that he is 6'10". So we'll get Danny Chow in the mix here, chat. Oh, he's got Trey Johnson third. I guess where's Ace Bailey down to 5. Athletic dribble pull-up artist, but concerns about his handle and decision-making loom at large. Okay, so his handle not great apparently, chat. Hey, yo, J. Kyle Mann. Oh, not Danny Chow this time. Not a fan. So we're not going to be watching his feet. What is J. Kyle Mann into? I guess we shall find out. But from a comparison standpoint, Jaden McDaniels, there's Michael Porter Jr. again, Danny Granger, and Rudy Gay. So Jaden McDaniels and Danny Granger. Danny Granger definitely was an underrated scorer. Do we need to go back and look at Danny Granger's numbers? Chat, Danny Granger is fun. We have Danny Granger and Ron Harper in this draft. This is a fun draft. So Cooper Flagg is, well, Simmons has been saying that Cooper Flagg is Kevin Garnett, which I see the similar threads, but that still feels like different types of players. But Scottie Pippen, whoa, chat. Kirilenko, Sean Marion, Nicholas Batum, Jason Tatum. Yeah, so the problem is the white guy forward rankings, it does go, like, Dirk is a little bit more of a center forward than a wing forward. And for your wing forwards, you're really just looking at, like, Bird, and then it just, just plummets way down to, like, Kirilenko. Not Kirilenko's the next best, guy. But, it's like Bird to Dan Issel to Kiki Vandeweghe, just who was on the Nuggets in the 80s. But wait a second. Are we on the right guy here? Oh, yeah, we're on Cooper Flagg. I was like, wait a second. Ace Bailey is Sean Marion, but and Tatum as well. So Tatum, Cooper Flagg, Tatum-y is a pretty easy visual as well too. Scottie Pippen is maybe a little much. Not to say that Cooper Flagg couldn't be an amazing defender, but I don't know if Cooper Flagg would be that type of defender that Scottie Pippen is. Scottie Pippen is like the true lockdown one-on-one. Like in a one-on-one game where there's nobody else on the, 5 guys in the court, Scottie Pippen has to cover the entire court by himself, against one guy, but still. Like, Scottie Pippen's just that type of the defender that you just go, yeah, he is capable of doing that. Cooper Flagg definitely can, but also he benefits from team defense as well, too, I think, and some of the help side, being in good spots, and he'll stay in front of a guy, I think, in a big spot and quote-unquote lock a guy down, but I don't know if he'll be Lou Dort in that type of way, where Lou Dort feels more in the, hot take, chat, Lou Dort more like Scottie Pippen than Cooper Flagg. I guess, aggregate, take that however you want, but in terms of, that feels a little bit more in the lineage than Cooper Flagg to Scottie Pippen, but Sean Marion's interesting as well too, for sure. But Sean Marion, and I guess, would Sean Marion get drafted over? Sean Marion probably would get drafted over Ron Harper. And would he get drafted over Jabari Smith? Probably, chat. But would he get drafted over, who was our comp for him, chat? Danny Granger. So Ron Harper over, Danny Granger did make an all-star. So would Danny Granger get drafted over Ron Harper? Hey, yo, chat. I don't know. 26 a game for Danny Granger that one year as an all-star. And he was a really good three-point shooter at the peak of his powers as well, too. So, we got a 5-year run, 6-year run here for Danny Granger, where he is 35 minutes a game, 38% from 3, and 20 a game. 20 points, 5 rebounds, a steal and a block, and 38% from 3. So could Ace Bailey get to 20 a game on some high 30% three-point shooting and provide the defense? I kind of see it, chat. To be honest, Ace Bailey, I'm in, chat. I get the vision. Don't work out for anybody. The tape is good. Hey, yo, chat. Ace Bailey, you proved yourself. In high school, you were what, the number 3? Does it have his recruiting ranking here, chat? For our guy, Bailey. Let's pull him back up here. Arius Bailey. Ayo. Number 2 behind Cooper Flag last year. Of course, yeah, and then I guess Dylan Harper. It just depends on the ranking that you look at. But, Chad, I get the vision. It makes sense. He has good tape. He's a good player. It makes sense for him in an NBA roster. This type of player, I wouldn't look at it and go, there's a place that he necessarily wouldn't work. 37 against Northwestern. What else do we got? There's the Indiana game as well, too. Do we just kind of throw his highlights on in general and see what we get? I guess people are really relying on this Indiana game as a big highlight moment for him, of course, or the high school stuff as well. Oh no, that's DeBasta versus Cooper Flag. Okay, well, not quite this draft fully, chat. What we're looking for. I guess let's just go for this Northwestern game real quick and see what we get here. Northwestern 12-8. I have a better record than Rutgers at the time. So the record thing is always just going to be the thing that we will ignore over the course of the game. Oh, Chad, they just cut right to the end of this game. Ace Bailey, 8 for 9 from the field. I guess, at one point in the game, 8 for 9 from the field. So, was that Harper for the miss? No, okay, that wasn't Harper. Good. Thank goodness, chat. Not a great miss. But, where's our guy Bailey at? Running the wing. So, speaking of playing off the ball, plays off the ball. So maybe that's really what it was, is you kind of have 2 scorers and they didn't really have a point guard on the college team. That college, even the quarter, like an Archidiakono type or somebody like that. What's an Archidiakono type, chat? Aaron Kraft, how many guys can But, to have that kind of cohesiveness to bring the scorers together and to connect the offense, maybe that would have actually helped pull together some wins as well, too. But there's that little jab step pivot. So that's where Jabari Smith was getting in trouble, where it's like, okay, he's definitely very effective at that, and not to say that he couldn't just obviously continue to be a tough shot maker in the NBA. Oh, he banked in that 3. Hey, yo, Chad. But that is not the most separation creation on the 3. So that's where the Durant comparisons always get, like for anybody, of course, Durant's an incredible player. But that's where they always get a little tough for me I'll explain now why the Durant comparisons are difficult. But again, it's because Durant is such a tough shot maker. And Durant, his game is so good, his handle's so good, his offensive bag, is so great that all of his moves and stuff, if a guy was copying those, and he was effective at him, then he would, Durant is able to get looks where he doesn't need to be a great shot maker. But also Durant hits, again, a ton of looks because he knows how to use his size to just get the little bit of space that he needs to get his shots off. And it's just not impossible, but it's really a not confident thing, I got to admit, as a fan, to be like, is this guy going to walk in and be that type of tough shot maker? Again, Dylan Harper, tough shot maker, but he is hunting, it seems like, obviously more efficient looks, more so than a look that I can just knock down, if that makes sense, where, hey, I'm going to get to the basket. Oh, here's a transition pull-up 3. I'm going to hit this pull-up 3 versus, okay, the guy's on me, jab step, I'm 6 down, bam, I just hit a 3 or, hit a little pull-up right in his space. So I'm more optimistic about both of the Rutgers guys, chat, after actually watching some of the highlights about them. But I can see the off-ball stuff, but I don't necessarily feel like the black hole effect of a guy like Ace Bailey as well, too. And the defense is good. A lot of times, sometimes the mentality of that type of player where his offensive, where he can be a little too, there's a little too much swagger, you maybe should say, on offense. Like, sometimes that can carry over into the effort on defense, but Ace Bailey has that effort on defense while still maintaining that, I'm the lead shot maker type of mentality as well, too. The little cut across the lane for that mid-range shot That's that's an NBA look right there, Chad. That's a move you could see teams wanting him to get and drawing up. But this Northwestern game, he's just cooking. He's just drilling shots right in guys' space. He's not necessarily even putting a dribble on the ground as well, too. And I guess, maybe even more. And Durant, we shouldn't even just say that he was hitting tough shots. His handle as a freshman and as a younger player, he was, again, also like creating space for himself versus Bailey and Jabari Smith aren't I think Bailey maybe does create a little bit more space for himself than Jabari, I gotta say. Jabari, I still love college version of Jabari Smith. And if he was translating that into the NBA a little bit more, I mean, that'd just be a really fun, I think maybe unique player. But Ace Bailey, I do think maybe has a little bit more the full scope of the offense. And he's just flying around a little bit more as well, too, I would say. I don't know if Jabari Smith had the same immediate defensive stuff going for him in college. So what did we get? Again, Jabari. Who else was on that list for comps as well, too? Brandon Miller, T-Mac, Michael Porter. It is kind of the combination of those players, but I don't feel like one of them quite pulls it. Wait, did it say Danny Granger as well? Was this the Danny Granger comp that we were looking for? Where was the Danny Granger comp at? In here, chat. Or was that... No, that wasn't Dylan Harper as well. Oh, that was on The Ringer. The Ringer was Danny Granger. Okay, so wait. Let's get one more. Can we get another... or let's get... Here, just more. More Bailey comps and see if we can get one that really narrows it down. Because even Granger... I guess we'd have to go back and really watch more Danny Granger. But... younger Danny Granger, not necessarily we're trying to compare him to the peak of his powers. So there's Kevin Durant again, chat, ayo. But I think maybe he's a little bit of a different scorer than a guy like Danny Granger was. Do I have to pull up some Danny Granger highlights in the background real quick and see, just to verify? So there's George, Tatum, McGrady, Michael Porter. I guess Brandon Ingram, again, a little Brandon Ingram in Jabari Smith's frame. Maybe Cam Johnston, Markkanen, OG Anunoby, Jonathan Isaac, Jeremy Grant. Chat. You know what? That's not bad, actually. That's not bad. I think he could be a little bit more efficient with his scoring than not the numbers itself being efficient, but how he gets into his looks more efficient. Jeremy Grant maybe a little too many dribbles, but sometimes. But yeah, not elite at creation, but productive. I think maybe Bailey a little bit more upside, but hybrid comparison matrix. So, chat, here we go. We've got the math. So there's a version of Ace Bailey where he's KD plus Tatum plus PG. There's a version where he's Michael Porter Jr. plus Brandon Ingram plus Brandon Miller. Or OG Anunoby, Jonathan Isaac, and Jeremy Grant, defensive-minded glue wing. Hey, yo, so OG Anunoby and Jonathan Isaac, those feel like the same sort of skill set in two different frames, so I don't know why you would have both of those players in there. And then Jeremy Grant, I could see kind of with a little bit more perimeter game. Like OG is, Jeremy Grant, again, not elite at creation, but he'll try to create. Like OG is not necessarily trying to create for himself in the same way. Like if he gets if he gets 5 threes in a game, it's because the last 2.5 of them, he just heat checked them, or if he gets 7 threes in a game, it's because he's just really starting to fire up corner threes. But Lowry plus Cam Johnson, I could almost see a little Cam Johnson plus Jeremy Grant plus Brandon Ingram. Do we put that into what's that formula look like, chat? If Dylan Harper is your big slashing creator, Harden Shea style, then Ace Bailey is your long gliding scoring wing, potentially a Tatum Knight or just as likely a Brandon Miller type number 2 on a contender. Would you like to see fit protection? Oh, yo, chat. Sorry, okay. In the NBA, would they also miss the playoffs? Yo, chat. One of them's going to need to play with Wembanyama, I think, in order to reach the full team potential success. Side by side with other top... Oh, wait a second. Would you like team fit projections? Or side by side with other top wings like Ron Holland, Cody Williams? I'm like, wait a second. Why are we bringing up Cody Williams? But Cody Williams is a comp for Ace Bailey? I don't know if that's necessarily... the right thing there, chat. So wait a second. Who were we saying? We thought we saw a little Brandon Ingram in there for sure. Jabari Smith. We saw some Jabari Smith and Jeremy Grant. And what was the other one? Lowry Markkanen and Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson, maybe Cam Johnson, but so Jeremy Grant, Cam Johnson, Brandon Ingram. I'm getting lost, chat. There's too many names. Definitely, I guess we just got to start writing them down. So, what? Whoa, hey, yo, chat. What about Ingram? We got Ingram. Jabari Smith, Cam Johnson, Grant. Those 4. Can we get a 5th one in here, chat? Did Lowry Markkanen as well too? OG, Isaac, Tatum, PG, Durant. We start going. I think maybe the formula of Ingram, Jabari, Cam Johnson, and Jeremy Grant. Do we just ask what does that equal? Which player does this equal? What about Ingram plus Cam? I don't know if adding the plus signs is gonna help give us a popular formula, but what did I say? Popular formula? Proper formula? There we go, chat. Okay. What? Let's see if we can trick it into saying Ace Bailey. What kind of player is Ingram plus Jabari plus Cam plus Grant? Hey, yo, chat. We'll see what we get here. If you blend these players, you get a modern, of course, you get a modern prototypical forward, probably 6'8" to 6'10" as well, too. Length, fluidity. So I guess that kind of ruined it for Cam Johnson comp. It is what it is. Franz? So this player would equal Franz or Mikal Bridges or Michael Porter Jr. So it all goes back to Michael Porter Jr. somehow, chat. It all points back. The scandal will eventually go back to Michael Porter Jr. as well, too. I don't know what scandal yet, but they'll find one. Who knows? Hybrid forward who can guard 3 to 4 positions, score in transition, space the floor, be a quiet 17 to 22, number 3 option. Ron Holland. Compare this combo to how Ace Bailey or Ron Holland. How does it compare for Ace? Because that's actually what we wanted to know in the first place, anyways. So yeah, the traits, chat. 6'9", 6'10", off-ball shooting, strong mechanics, thrives in catch and shoot, still raw in self-creation. Ayo pose. We ran out of our free. We used up all of our prompts, chat. It is what it is. Not all of them, but apparently for whatever that version was. But transition scoring, defense, on ball, ball handling, pause. Ingram is smooth, others limited. Bailey needs tighter handle, not yet primary creator. I mean, again, I think it's a little bit of that. It needs refinement, but I don't think it looks like it needs, it doesn't, it's not like he has no handle to his game, if that makes sense. Just and that's maybe where the Tatum comparisons were at, where Tatum, you could see the game with the handle if it developed. It's just, it wasn't quite where it needed to be at for him to continue to get into those looks. Tough shot making. Ingram is elite here. I think that's just more Ingram has to take a lot of tough shots. Bailey shows flashes, but is still learning. Of course, chat. Of course. So I like it, chat. I like it. Ace Bailey, I think, of course, as we continue, because we'll sprinkle in a couple of the other, we'll keep watching some of these prospects over the next couple of live streams as we get closer here to the NBA draft. And I mean, summer league stuff will continue to unlock our knowledge for these players. But this is a fun third player to add into the mix for the draft here. So we've really seen Flag. We know we've really seen Harper, Knuppel, and Bailey. But I'll have to really go back and watch Knuppel after this as well, too, because that is a real, baseline versus upside kind of conversation. Knuppel, you get sort of the consistent three-point shooting, some of the secondary creation. Is Luke Kennard like a comp for Knuppel, Chad? I don't know if that's too easy. But, excuse me. Let's see what we get here. Where's Knuppel at? Danny Chow. Bring it back. Gordon Hayward, Luke Kennard, Evan Fournier, Wally Zerbiak. Oh, there we go, chat. If we're just keeping with sort of the 90s to 2000s themes for our draft, we've got now Ron Harper and Wally Zerbiak in the draft. So would we rather have see, again, that's kind of a one player and easy mix. So maybe I will say maybe Brandon Ingram is and again, you start going accolades. Like Brandon Ingram's game in different situations, in different teams with different teammate combinations around him, you just never know getting him into the playoffs and what kind of situations he gets into, how he's able to find his game. But also, as a guy that has been able to control the destiny of a lot of teams he's been on, he hasn't found himself in those situations as well too. But for this past year, 46% from the field, 37% from three, 22 a game. Again, like New Orleans, 18 games played. New Orleans over the last couple of years. It's not like, I guess when Ingram has been, and we got to give him a little bit of credit. Like he has looked good as a scorer when he's been in the game. 48 and 49% from the field, 39%. So New Orleans 22, 23, 40, 45 games played. But if we go 24 a game, 48, 39 percentage. I mean, that's obviously a really good player. 6 assists a game. Probably the best just stat line that he's put up anyways for his career so far. So his one all-star year, 46% from the field, 39% from three, 23 a game. And again, you start going, okay, in the playoffs, that series as well. Good playoff numbers, chat. Good playoff numbers that year. The next play, I guess, 23-24 in 4 playoff games, 34% from the field, 25% from the three, unfortunately. And was this, I forget, did they play? They played Phoenix in this 21-22 series because I think he was really balling out. Well, I mean, we're looking at the numbers. He obviously was balling out. But, yeah, he was, I mean, was he cooking bridges in that series? He might have been cooking bridges, honestly, chat. So could Ace Bailey have that type of series? You don't necessarily think that's impossible. And, again, that's the type of series where he's like the number one guy in that series, going toe-to-toe with a Suns team that just was like a really good regular season team. Chris Paul, Devin Booker. Like, they weren't going to win that series, but he got a couple of games off of them and, looked good. So, the high moments of Brandon Ingram, would you rather have Brandon Ingram or Wally Zerbiak? They have the little win share comps here for these guys. Let's see what we get. Aaron Gordon, Walt Williams, Chuck Pearson, Ben Poquette. Who's Ben Poquette? Corliss Williams, shout out. Walt Simon, Royce O'Neal, Ken Norman, Marcus Morris, PJ Tucker. Okay, chat. Career guys. Walt Simon. So, really seems like Walt Simon is a name, chat. And Royce O'Neal as well, too. Chuck Pearson. I think Chuck Pearson is pretty good. Oh, all rookie. Rookie of the year for a guy, Chuck Pearson. No all-star appearances, though. Do we get Dylan Harper career projections real quick, chat? Let's get Dylan Harper career projections. I guess it might say, depending on where he lands, but, we can always circle back draft night and update him as well, too, for where these players get in draft spots. But it was like, oh, chat, network error. Apparently the ChatGPT can't tell the future. It just goes ahead and just times out when it tries to do that. But scoring ability, blah, 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 blah. Areas for improvement, none. Will be perfect on the Spurs. Wizards. Teams like the Wizards expressed interest. Oh, trading up. Yeah, not going to happen. It is what it is. Do the Wizards have Giannis to trade up for him? It is what it is. It's going to give us articles? Chat, I want to know what his numbers are going to look like. Career projections? Jalen Brunson as the... Okay, Cade and Jalen Brunson. No, we need numbers and awards, chat. What is our guy going to potentially... What do the simulations say? Can we run... Oh, chat, I got it. We have to ask it the other way. We need run 1,000 simulations for Dylan Harper's NBA career. And let's see what happens. 1,000 times, chat. It's a complex computational task, but I created a solid probabilistic projection model based on all the different stuff, chat. So, drafted, he's a lottery pick. Rookie year stats, 12.5 for 4.5 assists, 3.5 rebounds. Follows the names that we mentioned. Injury risk modeled at average NBA guard rate, 5% of season-ending risk per season. So, chat, I guess I didn't even realize that was like I guess it probably is obviously a stat. I mean, we're looking at it, but I never thought to look at what that, what is like that percentage of an injury just over the course of a year. So could we use ChatGPT to, like, we bring in Durant, here's what is, here's the minutes per game and whatever is the percentage of injury go up. Hey, yo, chat, start running those type of models. I mean, that's how you use it for the, the benefit of your team, for the competitive advantage, because I'm sure teams are running this. I mean, are they using Chat? It's not like they needed ChatGPT. They're still probably running whatever version of a probability outcomes and all that stuff was back in the day either way. But gradually, shooting improves gradually with work effort, all this stuff. So looking, 12 seasons, 17 a game for the career, between 17 and 18 a game, 5 assists, 5 rebounds. So yeah, 18, 5 and 5 for his career. 3 All-Star appearances, 1 All-NBA selection, and 15 NBA votes for his career. And they're giving him a championship. They are giving him a championship in the range of 1 to 4. He can win 1 to 4 championships. He will get, between 1 to 6 All-NBA teams. There's a range in there, 1 to 9 All-Stars. So the high end of his career is 120 NBA MVP votes. How many did Shea get this past year to win? Was he in like the 70s or 80s? Or I guess for last year, how many votes? Because I guess just votes, not even first place votes. 79. So he's going to get 120 MVP votes for his career. So if he plays 12 years, it's like 10 a year, but he's not going to get 10 every year. He has a rookie season or a couple there. But franchise cornerstone, 18%. Reliable starter, 52%. Role player, 25%. Buster, pause, or career or short career, 5%. So bench contributor, 8 to 12 points a game, 25%. Solid starter, 12 to 18 points a game. Good playmaker, occasional all-star consideration, 52%. Or 18% franchise cornerstone. Harper becomes a top-tier lead guard, 20 points a game, multiple all-stars, NBA nods. In about 1 in 5 simulations, Harper develops elite mid-range and three-point combo that propels him to a Dame Lillard Cade-level offensive weapon. Defensive improvement is more of about 40% of the sims show him becoming. So he has a pretty good chance of being a good defender according to ChatGPT. And there are 1,000 simulations, and peak usage usually comes in years 4 to 7. Oh, chat, we're gonna have a wait a bit, I guess, for the Dylan Harper impact to fully take form. I mean, as it would be for anybody. Dame Lillard would be obviously if he became Dame Lillard offensively, that'd be great, chat. I mean, that would be the perfect complementary weapon for everybody, but next to Dame Lillard, next to Steph Castle, that'd be wild. So, okay, let's get Ace Bailey, chat, and then we'll head over and about time we start queuing up the movie. But 1,000 simulations for Ace Bailey. Here we go, chat. We're gonna read them all. Coming up next. No, we'll skip. We'll see what ChatGPT says for a summary. Top 5 picks, still projecting it, chat. I don't know if it's read any of the recent news, but rookie baseline, 8 points a game, a little less than our guy, Dylan Harper. So that is an interesting one because you think, again, Simmons has been saying, is Ace Bailey trying to go to the Nets? Simmons just trying to get anybody on the Nets for some reason, chat. But Nets, Pelicans, I guess the Nets would be the most likely. Well, I guess I have Cam Thomas, so I was going to say this is the most likely he gets shots in the Nets, but even without Cam Thomas, I guess, can't take every shot, even though he probably wants to. But there's a world where Ace Bailey could be in maybe a 14 to 15 point range a game from a look standpoint as well too, just getting a bunch of shots up as a rookie. But as well too, his shooting should improve over time in the models. Oh, Chad, his injury risk is a little bit higher than Dylan Harper's. I guess some of the increased height maybe helps up those numbers. But career also, looking about 12 seasons, maybe 17 for our guy Ace Bailey if he really plays a long career. 15 to 16 point a game range with a higher end of 26 points per game, and looking at about 6 rebounds, 2 assists. So 16, 6, and 2 for his career. The high-end version of him is 26, 10, and 5. So wait, let's go back. What was the high-end version of Dylan Harper? 27, 8, and 7. There we go, chat. Lock that in. That's definitely what's going to happen. 2.5 steals a game, for sure. But 2.5 blocks per game for our guy Ace Bailey. And then he's looking at about 2 All-Star appearances, maybe an All-NBA selection. It says about 0.7, so it's not totally off the table for him. It may be in the range from 1 to 4, and 5 MVP. So he'll log an MVP vote or 2 over his career as well. And they are saying a championship for Ace Bailey. Reliable All-Star, 15%. Reliable starter, 50%. Role player, 30%. Valuable 3-and-D defensive roles, 7 to 12 points a game. Limited playmaking but high efficiency. Or buster short career, 5%. So not too far off for all of them. It could be like similar range, just based on lottery stuff. It's just going to be similar for all those guys. But yeah, chat, welcome to the Spurs. Welcome to the Spurs. The next, who do we say, chat? I already forgot what the comp was for our guy, Dylan Harper. But the next, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander crossed with Cade, crossed with Brunson, crossed with Jalen Williams. The next Jalen Williams, we've been a little jealous of the Jalen Williams pick these last couple of years, chat. So a chance to get a Jalen Williams-esque player on the team would be a nice way to kind of have that sort of cleared up. Oh, Ron Harper. That was the comp that I was not thinking of. So do the Spurs, welcome to the Spurs, Ron Harper. In 2025, Ron Harper reincarnated. But, yes, chat, we are going to queue up a movie here as well, too. A fun little joint from 10 years ago, chat. Dope. Shamik Moore, Zoe Kravitz, ASAP Rocky. If you guys haven't seen it yet, queue up your Pluto TVs. It's going to be a fun one. And we'll watch along with y'all up next. All right, chat, coming back. Time to queue up 2015 classic. Dope, chat. It is right now. We're going to be queuing it up on Pluto TV. I'm sure it's probably streaming on a couple of other services as well, too. Maybe Paramount Plus. I guess I don't remember exactly which one Pluto's attached to, but, which corporation we got this one working for. But one of the newer movies that we'll be watching this year, chat. I don't know. We had to double check the schedule, how many we be watching along from 2015 or even 2020 as well too. I know we watched Focus a couple months back, so 22 best movies of 2015, chat. Dope and Focus, obviously. But Shameik Moore, chat, in a starring role, not a voice role, for our guy Shameik Moore. I say fortunately, unfortunately, I guess this movie is definitely a classic, a classic, I should say, not a classic. Wait, hey, let me restart. This movie is, I should say, more of like an underground classic. Here, let me pull up like what the box office would be for this movie. Chat, a little research on this movie here real fast. Maybe it was more successful in the moment than I'm giving it credit for. It's just a movie that personally I discovered a couple years after it released. So I don't know if it had that kind of box office success. It's $7 million budget, $18 million at the box office. So Sundance movie, chat, so obviously smaller film that in the moment was definitely successful, but still it wasn't like, this made $100 million in the moment. But as it's continued to live on streaming services and bounce around, this does feel like one of the few sort of actual DVD movies, and not to say that in like a disrespectful way, but again, the way that movies had that sort of post life with the DVD era, and maybe with just the amount of, or maybe it really is sort of the Tubi or I guess maybe it's not the Tubi and the Plutofication of streaming services, but with all of the content being a little bit more fractured now, there's two ways that you can go with it. You can focus on the original content, or you can say, here's the library of stuff that's already exists, or let's not lose that as well too in the process. And some of the services like Paramount Plus, I think this one at least it's had a Paramount Plus run in there. That's another one that it definitely, it's got the whole Yellowstone Sheridan universe going on, but still it's definitely like, okay, here's the collection of movies and universes and franchises that we have that are really important to the rewatchability and just keeping you on the service. And this one, again, feels like it's really elevated with the sort of rewatch and the just the afterlife effect of it as well too. So I don't know, again, what the best, it's not the best aging for sure. Best post release, I don't know if there's like a number to determine that as well too, if it's just a box office number, but just the vibe, the popularity, that classic status growing for it. For me, it's a classic status, and it is, again, a uniquer story for the time. You don't want to say 2015, it's not like we're totally away, and I guess a coming of age story, obviously it's not like those are never going to go away, but still a little bit more of a riskier comedy for sure. It's not, we're not talking super bad here, but definitely still feels in the vein. It feels like a bridge from that sort of style of comedy and a coming of age story to, and also from, the 90s and other stuff. Is in the lineage of Superbad from a movie, but definitely also, again, hits the beats of not necessarily you feel like, okay, can we watch this movie in 2025 going forward? But again, for Shameik Moore, like I was saying, with the popularity of Into the Spider-Verse, that is definitely for him the most popular role that he'll be in. But it's an interesting role when it's interesting, I guess, when like the voice role is your number one role, because for Hanks and the Toy Story franchise, that would be anybody's just most iconic role in their career. But Hanks is just one of the best actors of all time, and he's just got a whole other stacked list of movies to have you go back to and to build up his legacy with. But for that specifically, again, that would be definitely. Did I just restart on accident, chat? I think I just okay, take two. I think I just accidentally restarted the movie. So I don't know if we were. Maybe did it flip back on the ad break? It might have flipped back on the ad break, chat, but that's okay. We can go back through it. Obviously a movie set in LA, so the love for LA hip hop culture, and as they lay out early in the movie as well too, the kids themselves are obsessed with 90s hip hop culture, but immediately being established, chat, with the Dr. Dre, the NWA stuff right in the room. I mean, a pretty sick room. That is, I think, a basic qualification for any teen movie, just in general. If a teen movie, if you just have a lame room, I don't know if the movie is ever cool. So definitely checks that box. The Superfly VHS, the cassette tape, chat. I mean, they're definitely leaning in for sure. And that is something that I think is also aged well with this movie too. Is definitely the love for the vintage culture. Like, is it this movie was made in 2015? It's like, okay, is it just we've still been carrying this nostalgia phase for 10 years? But I feel like even or maybe it's just shifted as well too. But some of the stuff of people, and myself included, getting back into the physical media aspect of things with the vinyls and cassettes and DVDs and all this stuff, I think is gonna and is having a little bit of a pushback into people wanting to possess it again. So the idea that, again, these kids would be in record stores and having, like, you'd be like, oh, would this kid be actually riding his bike around with a cassette tape and earbuds in 2015 or watching in 2025? Like, would that actually happen? It's like, yeah, that actually might be a thing that's happening. Like, it wouldn't necessarily, again, is every kid, it's not the main culture, but again, the idea of, oh, the kids are a little bit different and they're sort of outcast from their culture, and this is how they're offbeat in this way. It's not a total. And again, it's not that you're obviously offbeat if you're if you're wearing the cassette tape, but it is a the prayer scene of I mean, shout out, obviously, people just trying to do their best, but it is what it is. This is and the group as well too, hitting it just very naturally hits a lot of character beats of 2025, which is 2025, 2015. Again, we start getting into this time where, and obviously even into the 90s and stuff, it's like, are we starting to, the idea that some of these, the idea that black stories and stuff are starting to be told a little bit more in movies is definitely happening. But again, it's like, okay, now that we're moving into 2015, and again, now even in 2025, 10 years later, how are we representing the culture that exists in America now? And this movie does very naturally, of course, and very well. You just have a group of kids. Again, it's just like there's just three kids. This is their three separate individual stories. They're all friends, and it just kind of all works together. Again, outcast stuff. It's like, would these kids be friends if they were all like this? But they would be, because it all the personalities, like, here's their like overlapping interest in all of the old nostalgic stuff, and then you just eventually you spend enough time together, you get along, and they're in the band as well too. Chat. I forgot, the band is pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, you're not gonna just write bad music for the song for the movie. Not gonna. I guess unless that was obviously the point, but they kind of crush it, chat. So I guess do they say like what exactly they're they're sort of genreless, chat. 2025 positionless NBA, sort of genreless band here. But what do we got, like a little punk rock rap situation? Hey yo, I mean, I don't know if it would necessarily be the number one in our Spotify streaming, but again, it rips for the movie. It definitely works. And I mean, you imagine if this was actually, if I was in whatever, high school or whatever, they're in here, chat, and this was a group, I'd be like, this is sick. They're doing it. They're tearing it up. I tried playing guitar in high school, chat. Never this crazy good for sure. But again, it's a great friend group for the time as well too, and I think is definitely aged pretty well going into 2025. But again, for Shamik Moore, I guess here I go back and look because I don't know if I'm missing one. For us, see again TV chat. Us not watching TV. He's out here playing Raekwon in the Wu-Tang series, Wu-Tang: An American Saga. Hey yo, so who is the cast in this? I don't know. I was thinking about the cast of Winning Time today with the Lakers sales. Like, do we need to recast Winning Time in a Lakers sale version of this? But yeah, who is the cast of the old Wu-Tang version? Rizza chat was Ashton Sanders, Shamik Moore as Raekwon, Sadiq Saunderson as Ghostface Killah, doesn't even get himself a page. Julian Elijah Martinez as Divine Diggs chat. Marcus Callender as Power Grant. So a couple of characters here, still breaking in. Oh, our guy Joey chat. Shout out. Inspector Deck. Hey, yo. Season one as Utoa Udi chat and Jason Deck. Does anybody call him Jason? Jason Hunter? I honestly didn't even know Inspector Deck's name was. If you had asked me what Inspector Deck's, I mean, again, are we like gonna know every trivia point in hip hop and stuff like that? Maybe we just know maybe we know a Wu-Tang song if we heard it more so than their names. But I would not have known that Inspector Deck's name was Jason Hunter, though. That feels like probably the least likely guess from some of these as well too. But Chad, do we need to start recasting some of these other people in our Tubi movies? Because it seems like we need to get the notoriety up on some of these guys. But I guess Shamik Moore being a lead as well too in this. I guess him being in this series, he would probably be a lead because again, he still is a more notable actor. But from the film side of things, Dope, his second movie, Chad. His second movie. And I'm guessing, what's Joyful Noise here? Musical comedy. Queen Latifah and Dolly Parton and Keke Palmer added to the watch list, Chad. Hey, yo, this one's got to be on Tubi. Our Lady, his role, Our Lady of Perpetual Tears Choir Master. Hey, yo, Chad. So I don't know if that's a major part or a bit part, but then immediately just goes into Dope in 2015. The Pretenders in Spider-Man in 2018. Let It Snow in 2019. Hey, yo, Cutthroat City 2020. Samaritan 2022. Spider-Verse 2023. Spider-Verse within a Spider-Verse story. Hey, yo. And then The Gutter 2024. American Sports Comedy. Is this animated? What is this, chat? This is real? What's going on here? The Gutter 2024. This is a bowling movie with Shamik Moore, Paul Reisner, and Susan Sarandon. Susan Sarandon and Shamik Moore in a movie. We don't even have a plot or anything. Who even knows about this movie? This movie made a $17 million budget, made $17,000. What happened to this movie? The film premiered at South by Southwest March 12th, August 24th. Magnolia Pictures acquired North American distribution rights. Scheduling for a simultaneous release to theaters. Okay, wait a second. So it's scheduled. It just hit theaters, and then what happened? We literally don't know what happened. What is The Gutter, chat? Hey, yo, The Gutter. It's not the title of the movie. I think it's the release of the movie. Hey, yo, chat. Hey, yo. But Dope is, enough for Shamik Moore to still have enough, we stock in Shamik Moore as an actor after a performance like this. And it's a solid performance. I should have been more prepared, chat. We should have done like a teen movie crew like rankings type of ordeal, because I feel like his performance in this would rank quite a bit up there. But The Gutter, chat. How does it match his performance in The Gutter 2024? Ayo, his performance in The Gutter is crazy. Ayo, pause. But Walt works at a bowling alley Cats. He's pressured to embrace his bowling talent, which sparks backlash from detractors seeking to undermine his sudden pro success. A bowling drama. So is this some like Kingpin little inspired 2024 movie on Hulu, chat? Maybe we do a little Shamik Moore double feature? Hey, yo. I forget what that other we had a movie, I feel like, that we added to the watch list from go back and check the tapes, chat. Go back and check the history, because there's another like real sleeper movie that was like, oh man, we're real degenerates if we're watching this one. But this could be fun, chat. What are we looking, 90 minutes on the runtime? Perfect. If anything, you watch a movie like this because it's gonna be a 90-minute story. They're going to pick up the pace. That's for sure. But ASAP Rocky, shout out ASAP Rocky making an appearance 2015, and this is something, again, shout out to our guy Joey as well too. He's definitely I would say, as of right now, is Joey the #1 actor rapper right now currently, chat? Because you look at the 90s 2000s sort of run of it, Tupac obviously, it's just kind of, it's fortunate obviously that, or just is what it is, that him as an actor talent happened to be so early, because he is obviously such a great hip-hop talent as well too, but he is one of the earlier hip-hop stars, and then him being such a talented actor, like, you put him in the industry at any point and he would have made the rise and would have been able to break into acting, because again, he's just a talented actor. But he also kind of sets a precedent, again, being earlier on with his just career in general as well too in that genre. We haven't even mentioned Zoe Kravitz yet as well too. I mean, holy cow, I'm about to watch this movie twice just to talk about everybody. But you've got like Tupac right away, actor career. I mean, it just felt like, guys, even if the success of Tupac wasn't there, I don't know if the model is necessarily follow that career. If that's just, again, that's, Tupac even today is still as influential as they get. But you don't necessarily see that as a career move or even a path that people want to go. Like, it almost felt like, again, would you want to rap to act? Like, I don't even necessarily say you would go that far, but I don't know if it was too far off. Like, it's definitely felt like that was a career thing, maybe even that you just did at some point. Like, it was like, okay, I'm gonna drop an album and then make a movie. Maybe that's not necessarily, like, it's the combination of maybe Pac goes into, I guess, we have to give Ice Cube credit. We're not even giving Cube credit as well. To see, this is us just our lack of history, but it's like, okay, who are the guys we listen to on Spotify, and then what movies were they in? Does it make sense for the time? Does it make sense if we put the years together? But you've got, Cube and Pac, sort of just that wave of artists from the early 90s, and then in the mid 90s, and I guess Pac, was in acting in 92 as well too. His Juice is 92. But as they move into acting, then you get the next phase. Then you get Eminem, where it's like, okay, now I'm telling my life story, or a life story, or whatever, telling a story in 8 Mile. And then 50 Cent is copying that. Is DMX telling his story in Belly Chat? I don't know if that's exactly what's happening there, but now you get DMX and Nas moving into acting, T.I. in ATL in the 2000s, and it just feels like that is not something that happens anymore, chat. Maybe I'm just missing it. Maybe it goes under the radar. Maybe it is with the system these days, because again, there was a success that was usually had as a music career before you got into the film side of things. So now with the independent structure, you could have you could have multiple careers simultaneously, of course, but the idea that you would need to get industry sway to start again working on those projects doesn't necessarily need to happen. So you don't necessarily get, maybe it's just, again, happening underground in these smaller circuits earlier and not necessarily breaking through in the same way, but it doesn't feel like the move for the hip-hop person into acting is the same way. So ASAP Rocky, 2015 feels like, and ASAP Rocky just as a person feels like one of the last people to have the mainstream success and crossover and do that, because again, none of the big three. I mean, you've got Drake, the reverse of it, I guess, from acting into focusing on the music career. Kendrick, he is, I guess, making an animated movie with the South Park guys, but I don't know if that necessarily counts as Kendrick getting into acting. A short film with Good Kid, Mad City. See, that feels, Kendrick would definitely get more, I think, into the 50 Cent world. 50 Cent, I would say tried to act. 50 Cent was acting in Get Rich Die Trying. Well, I guess he wasn't acting. It was his story, but it was that. I guess he was performing. Chat. That's a performance right there. It's a tour de force. Curtis Jackson in Get Rich Die Trying. But obviously as well too. Him as an executive has been very, very successful, and you could see Kendrick having a very successful executive, creative, PG Lang guiding sort of the creative direction of various projects in the industry more so than him. And maybe he gets bit parts and cameos and stuff like that. Like, I guess he's really good in that crypto ad during the pop out. But other than that, I don't know if he has the same type of acting potential. But even Cole, I don't know if I see Cole as an actor. Again, they're all very riveting in music videos, I guess. But for them to actually carry a film is a little bit different. And I guess we should we just mention Zoe Kravitz is absolutely, she's running laps around people in this film in a lot of ways, chat. But and Shameik Moore is really awesome in this movie. A$AP Rocky is a fun performance. There's Lakeith Stanfield. We didn't even mention him earlier when he showed up just bullying the guy, about to take his shoes, comparing feet sizes. But he's in this movie. And Zoe Kravitz is just, putting up 40, 20. And it's just, this is the Jokic 60-point game for Zoe Kravitz right here, chat. I guess, maybe she is. It was her Catwoman performance might be a 60-point. Yeah, she's maybe Zoe Kravitz has had multiple 60-point games, chat. It is what it is. But I don't even know what we're sitting here ready to look up, chat. A$AP Rocky's career as an actor. How many music videos has A$AP Rocky been in? One nomination. That's got to be a music video nomination of some guy. We're just immediately doubting his acting abilities. Hey, yo, chat. Where's his filmography? Why doesn't it exist? User reviews, I guess, just on general in his career. Oh, is this just we're on the Goldie music video? Oh, yeah, okay. That's why, chat. A$AP Rocky, the artist, the actor, as himself. And this is the A$AP Rocky let him cook portion of the movie as well, too, because, of course, they get introduced to A$AP Rocky and Zoe Kravitz's character, and now they're at the club with A$AP Rocky. And they cast him in the movie. I guess we don't necessarily need to spoil it, but he's not, well, I guess we'll say he's not going to die right now, so that's not what we mean. But he's not going to be in as many scenes going forward, but they do let him cook here for a little bit. And in multiple ways as well, too, they let him, he kind of goes like tough guy. He almost goes like a mafia boss, tough guy, like Pesci, like, I gotta beat you up. There's nothing I can do. You see? You left me no other choice. I gotta beat you up. So, really just throwing heat. And it feels like the whole club is waiting for A$AP Rocky as well, too. I mean, as you would, to beat up this guy before they get partying. Or maybe they just weren't entered in yet. But, okay. Oh, Divergent soundtrack. I was like, okay, I don't remember him necessarily, but I don't know if I've actually seen Divergent. Maybe it's been on and I just don't remember it. But, chat! Is he in the new Denzel Spike Lee? Highest to lowest? I don't know what this 5.7 is on IMDb rating. The Metacritic is good. August 22nd. Ooh, chat, a little sooner than I thought. When a Titan music mogul is targeted with a ransom plot. I mean, chat, Titan music mogul. So Denzel's the music mogul. And A$AP Rocky is the artist. Oh, chat. This is going to be brilliant. He's jammed up in a life or death moral dilemma. 213? That's not bad, chat. Wait, did I see Jeffrey Wright? Denzel Jeffrey Wright and A$AP Rocky? Ooh, chat. This is gonna Rick Fox! Rod Strickland! Spike Lee's gonna drop a classic. Spike Lee versus Ryan Coogler in 2025. Ice Spice! Chat, I might have to take a lap. That's a casting right there. Ice Spice and A$AP Rocky in this movie. So, I mean, we're focused on the wrong artists getting into acting, chat. We need Ice Spice to get into movies. We need Megan Thee Stallion in more movies. We need Cardi B in more movies. That is what it is. But if I had legs, I'd kick you. This is also a movie that he's in this year. Wait, let's get the music videos out of here, chat. Actor. Only movies. Feature-length films. Only something the industry can respect. Let's see here, chat. 72 music videos. 6 movies for our guy A$AP Rocky. So, dope. His acting debut. Zoolander 2. The A$AP Rocky cameo. Do we need to revisit Zoolander 2? Hey, yo, chat. Popstar? Never Stop Stopping. The old Andy Samberg Popstar movie. So, that is another one. I know that I've I know that I've seen that on before. I've not sat down and watched that movie from start to finish. But hey, chat, next year we'll do the 10th year anniversary first time watch. It is what it is. Then Monster as James King. Let's see what we got here. A smart, likable 17-year-old film student in Harlem sees his world turned upside down when he's charged with murder. We follow his dramatic journey through complex legal battle. Also, Jeffrey Wright. So Jeffrey Wright and A$AP Rocky are like, De Niro and I guess they're not necessarily De Niro and Scorsese. De Niro and Pesci, chat. Jeffrey Wright is De Niro and A$AP. A$AP Rocky is, I guess, Pesci with the Pesci vibes here in Dope. Beating up that guy because he got left him no other choice. So add this to the watch list. Netflix 2018, chat? I think so. John David Washington. Oh, chat. Hey, yo. So A$AP Rocky, he just works with Denzel's family and Jeffrey Wright. He's a smart man, chat. He knows how to. A$AP Rocky knows how to do business in at least Hollywood. I don't know. We can't necessarily blame this movie either for the album not dropping because it's not like there is like a Dope 2, I think, that they're making and he's being held up. But maybe just the focus on these movies, these other movies, is what is holding up the album. Who knows? But what's Rihanna's? We need to double check Rihanna's acting career here. Oh, Battleship. Oh, Chad, A$AP Rocky. Who has the better acting career? I think Rihanna. I mean, that's obviously a powerhouse, just dual catalog between A$AP Rocky and Rihanna. I mean, Jay-Z and Beyonce catalog is about as good of a catalog, two catalogs, as you're gonna get. But Rihanna versus Beyonce catalog is, I think, it's an argument, Chad. I'm sure there's people that are gonna have it, but unfortunately, I think if we rank those four artists together, A$AP Rocky probably is fourth. But if we rank the acting careers, maybe he has a chance to take the lead here. Battleship. Oh, she's in This Is the End as herself too, chat. So Ocean's 8. Oh, I forgot about that. Ocean's 8, chat. So Ocean's 8 versus Dope. The Lift Me Up music video versus, the Goldie music video, chat. It is what it is. But Shameik Moore, I mean, obviously, if this was real life, if Shameik Moore and A$AP Rocky were going after Zoe Kravitz, I mean, we have tape. The problem is we have tape. So is that, I don't know how that is going to help Shameik Moore with this movie as well, too. Or movies like that going forward is that footage with Haley Steinfeld, chat, because, there is a leading man thing there as well, too. But A$AP Rocky, chat, he's tall, obviously. He's towering over Zoe Kravitz right now. He's got some real leading man qualities for sure. But either way, like we're saying, the actor into the rapper into actor transition hasn't necessarily been as fierce as it seemed like a while back. And even, Outkast, chat, getting into making, Outkast, I got Andre 3K and the Four Brothers and Idlewild and, even they're in Hollywood making movies. So I'm sure, again, like, have the Migos just been in a movie and I'm not thinking about it, chat? Like, and this might be A$AP Rocky's best scene. A$AP Rocky and Tyga debating about, Obama in politics and international dealings. And A$AP, I like the idea of them writing a smart A$AP scene, but they're like trying to make him be like, hey, but what if, it's like, what's the name of the village in the place? And I heard they got a terrorist overseas. And it's like, okay, they're reading enough news to not know what's going on. It's like, clearly they're locked in on the news. Their Instagram feed. Well, what is it? What's the analogy he gives there, chat? It's, you can't be mad if you're a blood and the Crip starts firing. I don't know, chat. We probably just said too much there, but we're just quoting the script. Don't go after us. We're just quoting the script. He goes, and I mean, yeah, again, with all, I don't know, beat for beat, obviously, you gotta be sensitive with the times, chat. But what does he say? Yeah, they got the innocents in the strike, and then oh, but he was uh, framed for doing this. You can't be a blood and then be mad if the Crips decide to get you. It is what it is. So I mean, and then ASAP Rocky's got to explain the international politics to Tyga. Is this actually what happens when they sit around chat? I mean, and Vince Staples is there, dapping up ASAP Rocky after a great point on Pakistan. I mean, maybe it is what happens, but I'm just saying, like, as much as, I feel like we're not against a real conversation with the friend group, I feel like our friend group rarely digs into the international politics as well, too. So, ASAP Rocky, of course, moving a little product on the side chat as well. It is what it is. You're gonna, you're selling all kinds of stuff on the streets, chat. You're selling beats. You're selling, other than that, Tyga, just an electric 3 minutes, chat. An electric 2.5 minutes, and then just 12 gauge right to the sternum. It's tough. ASAP Rocky's very fortunate. Of course, he wasn't standing a couple of feet away from the door because they just explode right in him. Was that the cops that just lit up ASAP Rocky, or was that weapons as well too? Because they do get raided here. Yeah, they get raided, but I don't know if it was undercover guys or if it was a attack and then a raid simultaneously. I guess I don't remember the exact beats there, but yeah, that's tough because I don't think he necessarily did. He have I thought he was firing in reaction to the cops. I guess what age the best? The cops firing first, but just as breaking. Oh, turns out their procedural steps were a little bit wrong, chat. So I guess they got that locked in there, but. To say anyways, so we got Joey. I would say he's the current number one rapper actor right now. I guess, chat, we got to go to the GPT and see what we've got for rapper actors. Can we get a list of rapper/actors? We want definitely some past, then a current list. And we'll see what a power ranking is. We'll do a current power ranking, but we need to just to remember as well too. So yeah, I mean, Queen Latifah, chat, obviously. We got to shout out Queen Latifah. LL Cool J, chat. Deliver Us from Eva. Shout out LL Cool J. I think maybe, any given Sunday a little bit more on the rewatch thing. Mos Def, Method Man, DMX, Busta Rhymes. I mean, yeah, we just watched Shaft. I mean, I can't believe we didn't mention Busta Rhymes in there as well too. But again, that's still kind of all of an era in there. So Donald Glover. Okay, chat, an obvious one for sure. Donald Glover. Ice-T. Does he still count? I guess he still does, right, chat? But he's not necessarily, he's just an actor, right? He's not a rapper. He's a former rapper. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but just, trying to make sure that we're staying up to date. So, Common, of course, Common, chat. But again, well, I guess he just got nominated for a Grammy, but still, is he a current he is a current rapper, but he's a current rapper like the way like Kevin Durant is a current NBA star. It's like, okay, yeah, obviously he's still a current NBA star, but is this the Kevin Durant era, or is he just still good and now time is still moving on? But RZA, again, Wu-Tang. Our guy Joey, definitely leading the pack. Dave East was Method Man in the Wu-Tang series. Okay, shout out Dave East. Megan Thee Stallion. Kid Cudi. Yeah, Kid Cudi in the X series, chat. Definitely. Don't Look Up as well, too. And then ASAP Rocky. Lotto. Jack Harlow. Oh, chat. Jack Harlow. Is there something else besides the White Men Can't Jump remake? He might need like 3 projects, honestly, to hit to make up for that White Men Can't Jump remake. Which, again, I haven't even watched yet. It's just attempting the White Men Can't Jump remake. Maybe attempt like a inspired by version, I don't know, some kind of offshoot spinoff, but a couple of soundtracks. The Instigators, the Scoob soundtrack. So yeah, he's gonna have to do a little bit more than the Scoob soundtrack to make up for this remake, chat. Let's see what we got here. 3 movie roles in total. White Men Can't Jump, Hive Music Festival, but White Men Can't Jump in the Instigators, and then he just said, I'm done with acting. Hey, yo, chat. So the Instigators is not an equal sort of movie. And he's not, I guess, the star of that movie the same way he was in the other one. This is a Matt Damon, Casey Affleck Apple TV Plus movie. This movie is just absolutely lost in time, chat. Hey, yo. I don't know if we'll be doing 10 years from now. It's like, hey, what's this movie with Matt Damon? We definitely will, chat. We'll definitely be like, Matt Damon, Casey Affleck, and Jack Harlow. Oh, I love this movie. But as of right now, this is just going to have to... Doug Liman directing? Yeah, see, chat, it's already becoming a little bit more... I don't even really know what he's directed, but I feel like I've seen his name on some movies we love, for sure. Let's see, I'm seeing Tom Cruise's face on there. Edge of Tomorrow, producer. That's what I was thinking Sicario, but no, it's Edge of Tomorrow. Obviously, Sicario's not Tom Cruise, but there's a similar tactical feel to Edge of Tomorrow and what did we just say, chat? Edge of Tomorrow and Sicario. So Roadhouse as well too, director of the new Roadhouse, and Swingers director. Okay, I thought Favreau wrote Swingers. So Favreau didn't direct Swingers. He wrote Swingers. Lyman directed Swingers. Okay, so yeah, chat. I don't know why we wouldn't watch this then. 2024. Okay, it talked us back into it. It is what it is. Outside of the fact that the scores on it are, but what are reviews? What do they know, chat? So Jack Harlow, I guess, also in the mix, but I don't know if he's up there. Sweetie, Ice Spice, Drake as well. And that would be... Oh, Doja Cat. Tyler, the Creator. So I was thinking Tyler is another one. Tyler maybe would be the most, natural old school progression. And I guess, really, he would get into film, honestly, a little bit later than his career. My guess is it would be a transition from music into film. Where, again, Eminem is like, I'm going to drop 8 Mile. And maybe he could have committed more into the acting. You got to pick a little bit. And... we've seen Joey is, up until this year, still been a little bit more selective with his songs and focused on the acting and stuff like that. But, Eminem was like, okay, yeah, I was still obviously dropping music and stuff back in the day. But Tyler, and again, even Tyler, I feel like he would get more into a creative role, but I feel like he could do both. Tyler could do creative and act, but you could see him being more like a Jordan Peele, maybe. High praise, but I would say as a director comp, Jordan Peele, chat, I could see some influences there in his style. Tierra Whack as well too. Benny the Butcher. Oh, chat, small roles in indie films, TV and development. Shout out Benny. Nas for sure as well. So if this is the current list, chat, I mean, Donald Glover with Atlanta and Community. I mean, obviously his acting career is probably the number one, and his music career. I mean, because the internet is obviously an iconic album. What's the album with Redbone on it, chat? Is that the album name? Redbone? No. Awaken something? The Awaken album, chat. So you've got Awaken and Because the Internet are, really good projects. But I mean, Joey's Joey's just classic boom bap New York style through a lot of his, in the soulfulness of his music is just there's such an iconicness to it. And he's a personal favorite, so it wouldn't I guess it wouldn't be surprising for us to be biased and put him number one in that. But he's also a good actor as well too. Again, we haven't dabbled because he's been in more of the TV stuff, so he hasn't crossed over into the movies and made the screen time in our rotation as much. But from what we've seen, it seems like he is a really good actor. And I think, again, maybe even more to what we're saying, not to disrespect Donald Glover, because Donald Glover was a real lead in Atlanta, and I think can definitely get to leading man status. But Joey, there's a presence to him that maybe he has that just other guys, there's just a natural leading man, I think, quality to him that he could get to. And a leading man is, the Hollywood leading man is really, that's like, okay, like, can you carry a team to a title? Can you really carry a movie? Like, I get what, I'm really throwing around that term there for sure. But I'm just saying his presence as a major player in the screen time for, as a 1B or 1A, 1B in a movie would not be surprising to see that continue to develop for sure. So again, the rest of the guys though, and no disrespect to the ladies in this conversation, I'm not trying to just say oh, we're only talking about the guys' careers here, but I do think we don't want to try to get controversial here, but it still is what it is in 2025. I think there's still two different careers, obviously, in terms of roles that you're taking. As parts get to, it's like, okay, we're making this action movie. It doesn't have to be a guy's movie, we're gonna cast other parts for it. But it's not like our Joey and Megan Thee Stallion necessarily gonna be auditioning for the same parts. This is, I guess, what we're getting at here. So I don't know if that's always gonna be the case. More so than Joey and ASAP would be battling for more similar parts. But again, like with Joey and RZA and I think Joey and Common could be going out for similar stuff. But again, just generationally as well too. RZA and Common are of their generation, and Joey and ASAP are of their generation. So you see the current day guys, we've really only got Donald Glover, Joey, and Dave East, ASAP. I guess Kid Cudi. We'll say Kid Cudi's a little bit in between kind of Common and Joey for timelines, but not Kid Cudi and Joey are kind of on the same timeline for sure. And again, Drake is not really acting. Drake just does music these days. So outside of the Nokia music video, which again doesn't really count for this conversation. So chat, there goes the screen. My bad. We'll be back up and running in 3, 2, 1. Get the camera rolling. Get the TV back up, or the internet back up and firing here. Okay, I think we are all good to go. Yes, sir. So if we get, can we get like, okay, wait, how old is Joey? Joey's like under 35, chat. Tyler is under 35. Gotta be, for sure. Okay, yeah, born 95, so Joey. Right now, under 30. So can we get an under 35 list? And then that way maybe it'll be driven a little bit more into the current day stuff of it as of 2025. So yeah, Glover, Joey, East, Harlow, Meg, Sweetie, Chloe Bailey, I guess, if we're just going, yeah, Hip Hop Adjacent for sure. Doja Cat on the rise. And Ice Spice, Lola Brooks, Lotto, Tyla Yawa, Tierra Whack, Travis Bennett, Jabari Banks, Tyler Creator as well too. So again, it's just not as common as it was in the day. So like, is a guy like Big X, Chad, is he headed for the big screen? Big X on the big screen? Do we need to make a movie with Big X, chat? Do we need to ask the chat GBT which rapper which one needs to be cast in a movie right now? Because if it's left up to us, and again, we're just being biased, we're making a Big X versus Joey film, chat. Hey, yo. We're casting Joey as James Bond and Big X as the Big Bond, chat. Hey, yo. The James Bond villain. And Joey's going to try to track him down. And that is going to be the duo battling each other. So I don't know if we're missing anybody. Oh, chat, we don't want to dislike the response. I'm trying to think. Let me run through my Jid, chat. Like, is Jid gonna get into acting? He was gonna play football, I think, at one point. So the football to acting timeline, a versatile, multiple career paths for him there. Denzel Curry getting into acting, maybe. I don't know. Potentially. I mean, I think anybody could definitely tap in and do it for sure if the parts are. It's like, players and get them in the right system, get the right coaching and the right development. And, I think you could get good performances out of anybody. And again, we have proof of other guys where maybe they don't have ASAP Rocky at this point is literally an example of that. He doesn't have a huge filmography, but proof that you get him in a good role and definitely can be a fun cameo part in a movie. So, Kid Cudi again has moved even a little bit more into the actual acting part of his career as well too. Baby Keem, chat. Travis, Pusha T versus Travis face off movie. 21 Savage, I guess, was getting into some of the stuff with, like, what ended up going on with that American Dream film, chat. I never ended up checking that out. I know the album was supposed to soundtrack that, of course, in some way. And I think The Weeknd, of course, again, hip hop adjacent. Like, he actually has a movie going with the Hurry Up Tomorrow album. So I don't know if this was more of a commercial thing to help with the promotion or actually the point of the project. But it doesn't even really say here as well, too. It just says the third studio album. I guess that doesn't Do we have to search it separately, chat? American Dream film? Or maybe it ended up getting canceled, or... Oh, wait a second. American Dream film, chat. It's 1996. The American Dream, 1996, 1990, and 2022. So what's this 2022 version? An Indian Tegula language drama thriller. Okay, I don't know if 21 Savage is starring in this one, but yeah, I guess it ended up just turning out to be an album. So, you know, we could end up casting 21 Savage in something as well too, chat. Corday, cast him into something. We get like Keith Glock. I don't know who Don Tolliver. Cast Don Tolliver, chat. I don't know. What rappers have untapped acting potential? We need a scouting report, chat. Let's get scouting reports on who is out there. Unbothered by the system. Unhurt by the guild at this point. I don't know if the guild's... I think the guild's fine, chat. Bia, maybe get... Oh, there's Corday. Doja Cat already mentioned. Denzel Curry. Intensity, emotional depth. Anime, comic inspired delivery. It is true. He does have Lakeith Stanfield times Remy Malik. Grade 4 stars. Gritty genre specialist. Bonus Tyler the Creator as well too. I don't know why I feel like Don Tolliver would be a potential. Oh, Vince. I guess we're not giving Vince Staples credit. Vince Staples. Ooh, chat. It really is. So Vince Staples again in this movie is not really doing that much. He's really just there to dap up A$AP Rocky, and he kind of, I think he pulls A$AP Rocky away from trying to fight the guard earlier as well too. But his Vince Staples show and him as a creative / actor is a really strong. He's really good, obviously. So he might actually be number one. With all due respect, Joey might be the number one guy we would cast, maybe. So maybe we'll work on that. The Joey movie, but the Joey movie, yeah. But Vince Staples has, especially maybe guiding a little bit more of the projects as well too. Maybe he's the number one sort of rapper actor combo guy going right now. Vince Staples, Vince Staples, A$AP Rocky's third, Joey is second, chat. Schoolboy Q. Do we need to cast Schoolboy Q in something? Mustard. Get Mustard involved. I don't know about, we already said Kendrick, chat. Drake is already retired. I don't know if we're bringing him back. There's the baby. Do we get the baby in for an audition, chat, and see if he tears up the screen? Chance the Rapper. Oh, Central C. Go into the British scene as well too. Central C could be a Big X the Plug, chat. We need a Big X the Plug, Don Tolliver, and who else was we saying? Oh, Vince Staples. We cast Vince Staples, Big X the Plug, and Don Tolliver. So what about Big X? Ayo, chat. Big X and Don. Don Tolliver. What would they be like? What roles would best suit them for film, TV, vibes, Southern weight? Ayo, chat. I don't know if that's a thing. Southern heavyweight, street certified charisma, raw presence. Brings believable characters. Feels like he stepped out of a John Singleton, Antoine Fuqua film. Big X the Plug, we put him into a Training Day 2, chat. Big X the Plug and Joey in Training Day 2. That could be kind of fun. Leans into his natural humor. His authenticity isn't manufactured. Ideal roles, street drama, so they're thinking more TV shows, Snowfall or The Wire type role. Enforcer or OG with wisdom. Big X, like just hanging out in a backyard, just dropping a monologue to a couple younger guys and stuff. Acting comp, a mix of Sticky Fingers and Ice Cube with a Southern twist. Could fill Ving Rhames. Oh, so he's Diamond Dog in Con Air, chat. Big X is Diamond Dog in Con Air. That's kind of perfect. Needs a breakout cameo or gritty film debut. He'd kill in a small A24, so they're like the Kid Cudi path for Don Tolliver. Vibey, melodic, and mysterious. Cool guy in the corner with a story. So maybe not as much of a presence for Don Tolliver, but maybe a good sidekick to our guy Big X. Cinematic sound aesthetic already. His visuals are filmic. Understands charisma. So Don T, again, smooth operator, chat. Smooth criminal Don T. X Factor already lives in a cinematic world of soundtrack and moods as well, too. Could thrive in romance or stylized drama. Less hood films. Hey, yo. More Euphoria, Uncut Gems, Atlanta? Huh. Why that for Don Tolliver? That's seems a little specific, but surreal dramas, neo-noir, stylish love interest in a coming-of-age indie or summer indie. Unexpected stoner oracle in genre-bending comedy. Acting comp, Frank Ocean meets Lakeith Stanfield, also slight ASAP Rocky crossover. A 5-star ceiling, chat. Unmatched. Don Tolliver in a bare first half, and then this kid in the second. I forget this kid's name. I'll see if we'll mention it in a second. But and then this kid in the second half, and then of course, an all-time performance from the sister here, chat. How do you say her first name? Is it Channel? Iman, chat? In terms of the acting career as well, too. Yeah, has not. I was gonna say. I feel like I've looked at that filmography before. Has not appeared in a ton much more, chat. So we can double check here for sure on the IMDb, the real database, to get the real stats. But I mean, this is the role, chat, and it's perfect as well too, because they really, again, they kind of let her act as well too. And by let her act, I mean they definitely let her cook in some of the roles, but they also need her to be doing some stuff in these scenes as well, too. Hey, yo. But, wait, where's she at here, chat? Yeah, as Lily, the sister. Oh, Jaleel is the kid's name. That's right, chat. Shout out to Jaleel. So, wait, what's this guy's name in real life? Quincy Brown? We might have to cast this guy in a Tubi original as well, too, because he is good as Jaleel in this movie. He is pretty funny. And he really cranks it up a couple times when they go to the restaurant in a second. And he has the interaction with the other gang member. That's a really, really funny scene. So he could be useful in a Tubi movie, chat. 2023 is his last actual film role, starring in the Family Business New Orleans current TV show. So I don't know if he's kind of just stuck over there. He is in Power Book though, Raising Cannon. So I know our guy Joey is in that as well too. So running around with the. So yeah, it would make sense. Maybe he'll be in our Barry Jenkins or our John Singleton, Antoine Fuqua, Big X the Plug movie. It's like Big X, Big X the Plug. He's got to have 2 directors, chat. Hey, Fuqua and John Singleton both. R.I.P. John Singleton, of course, but at least for the ChatGPT stylistic version of it. So, and the other thing to mention as well too, when they go over to the house as well too, is we get the Nas "World Is Yours" cut into the movie, and the soundtrack as well too. I mean, as a hip hop focused movie, is a great soundtrack and feels like something that we again just don't get too much of as well too. I mean, we've been fortunate enough to have special moments where a guy like Kendrick with the Black Panther soundtrack, and it feels like sometimes you almost nowadays want the album to be its own. You want the soundtrack to be its own album and its own sort of thing. Or even like Sinners now. I know they didn't have like a hip hop guy EPing that album, but that album as a standalone project is obviously a quality project in and of itself. Barbie as just a standalone album as well too. But the idea of a compilation album as well too is just something that I feel like we're not, I guess, in the hip hop world a bit, because this is what Guardians taps into, of course, where Guardians is like, what we're just going to do? We're just going to like every hit song from the 80s or whatever, whatever era, but I think it's the 80s. Whatever hit song from the 80s exists, we're just going to play that in the movie. We're not going to overthink it. We're just, what are the top 10 songs every year of the 80s? And, play that at minute 10. So this one, I mean, again, it's like, what are the top 10 rap songs? We get The World Is Yours by Nas, Rebel Without a Pause by Public Enemy. The Humpty Dumpty Dance by Digital Underground would obviously be in that list as well, too. Know What I Want by Kali Uchis, chat. Am I saying that right? But I mean, we all know what we're talking about. Scenario by Tribe Called Quest. I mean, obviously for top 10 list as well too. But shout out to our girl Callie for making it into the list. Home is where the hatred is. We even got Gil Scott Heron making an appearance as well too. Cool Cap G chat. Nas we already mentioned as well. Naughty by Nature popping up. So definitely playing the hits for sure, but it works as well. But this is one of those storylines that, because up until this point, the beats of the movie have worked really. The movie has flowed kind of together really nice. Like, this doesn't necessarily have a, you know, again, if we're comparing it to Superbad, like Superbad has a goal. You know, they're going to the party. There's at least something that there's like a point A to point B sort of with the movie that you get not necessarily again initially, but as the movie sets up, that's what you get. This, again, the experiences just kind of unfold throughout the day, where all of a sudden, you know, you're running into ASAP Rocky, you're at the club, Rocky's planning the Molly as they find out the drugs on him, and now we're at the sister, and it's like, okay, let's just take a you know, a random sidebar here, and let Shamik Moore get laid by the sister, and then we'll just let the sister, not by the sister, by Jalil's sister, by the gang member's sister, and then, you know, we'll just let her cook for a couple minutes here, and she really goes for it in this scene, chat. I mean, crazy questions for our guy Shamik Moore. So definitely lying. It is what it is, but yeah, wild chat. So shout out. So, but again, we'll get back on track. They'll be tracking the drugs, and we're not against the sidebar as well too. And what I was gonna say is if this is like if we look at a movie and go, okay, well, what are the bloated scenes? The bloated scenes are Shamik Moore and Chanel interacting, chat. It's not necessarily gonna be. We don't have to cut this, I don't think. So again, continues to add to this movie as a rewatchable factor, chat. Just a good runtime, good nice storyline, moves great. So do they have influences here for this movie on what maybe we got a little background section here, chat, on this? I don't think we actually do, unfortunately, for Dope. So I don't know if the chat GPTs will be able to help us out with this, but let's see here, chat. We go list of hood films. Hey, yo. But I feel like 2010s. Yeah, 2020s. Hey, yo, chat. We have two in the 2020s. All Day and a Night and American Crime Drama. Jeffrey Wright, Ashton Sanders, Yahya Abdul-Mateen, and then One of Them Days. Oh, chat. Then, yeah, the one from the SZA and Keke Palmer as well, too. I guess if we're going by the Wikipedia classification of it. But it is a thing. Again, you know, the 90s and the 2000s, not just even the rapper-actor combination, but these types of stories, and again, have the stories that we're telling just move stylistically in a different way, but are certain aspects of the story still being communicated. You know, I'm not saying, again, totally gone away, but if we're just talking both sides of it, you know, what stories are being told, but also just the styles of movies that are being made. Like, this is just the most fun movie being made, chat. I don't know what else to say. Like, Training Day is a hood movie? I guess, you know, they're in the hood at the end, but is Training Day is a crime thriller. Like, obviously, in, you know, movies like with different movies in various settings, maybe there's going to be overlap here. But I guess, like, is Belly a hood movie or a crime? Like, what's the difference? What's really the difference between Belly and Training Day, chat? You know, if you really think about it. But I mean, look at the 90s and the 2000s was obviously a great period for this, and the 2010s. I mean, by the time Dope, and then Straight Outta Compton as well too, in 2015. Chirac, Tangerine, Kicks in 2016. Justin Tipping's director role. So this is, we looked this up because Tipping is doing the Him movie that we mentioned earlier. You get a 16. We get 3 in 17. Cardboard Gangsters, Roxanne, and this one, chat, in 2017. Ayo. And then First Purge, I guess they're going hood movie 2018, 2 in 2019, and then yeah, it just hasn't not the same stylistic. And these are just kind of stylistically different off of what we're getting. Like First Purge, you know, what's Street Flow, chat? Is this Hustle and Flow remake? French drama. So I don't know if that necessarily goes for what we're thinking. Blue Story, musical crime drama. Okay, you know, if a musical is what we get, then we can't be upset. Notorious. See, Notorious is a biopic, so I guess if you just told Notorious as a non-biopic, then it would be a, you know, it could go in this classification. But since it's a biopic, it's also a little bit of a everything. But so is Get Rich Die Trying in a way as well too. You know, all this Training Day. Is that a biopic? Leprechaun in the Hood. Maybe that's a Leprechaun biopic. So that counts. Where's Baby Boy at here, chat? I was talking to somebody at work. I don't know how we just randomly. It's like what movies? It's like you're watching Baby Boy. It's like, bro, I haven't ran into anybody that was watching Baby Boy in like a decade. Like I don't know if I've ever ran into anybody that was just like, what movie were you just watching? Baby Boy. But hey, it's like, oh, love to meet a fellow John Singleton fan. I guess it's not necessarily the fellow John Singleton fan that's rare. It's just, again, how many people are. It's not even, I guess, people rewatching Baby Boy, because people from maybe, you know, 7, 8 years, maybe even like only 5, I guess at this point, you know, 5, 6 years older than me, like the Baby Boy, you know, maybe it hits a little bit better. But for the generation that wasn't necessarily growing up with it in the same way, I don't know if it is a movie that is going back and rewatch. Maybe I'm underrating it, chat. But it's like, oh, it's not a movie that I've ever talked with. It's like, oh, you want to have a conversation about Baby Boy? I guess. But yeah, shout out. So, you know, Dope, of course, one of the last, and, you know, straight, I guess 2015, the last great year, chat, for hood movies, with Dope and Straight Outta Compton and Chirac, I guess, as well, too. And Tangerine. I haven't seen Tangerine, I guess. But American comedy drama directed by Sean Baker, Kiki Rodriguez, Maya Taylor, James Renstone. Story set on Christmas Eve. Whoa, chat, we got a story here. A story of a transgender sex worker who discovered her boyfriend and pimp has been cheating on her. The film was shot with 3 iPhone 5S smartphones. Tangerine premiered at Sundance. So this one apparently hasn't had a streaming run as well. $100,000 budget, chat. They were cooking with their equipment right here, making almost $1 million back on it. I mean, sounds like a win, honestly. But yeah, I mean, you know, we've got the ultimate version of, you know, using what am I trying? What's the phrase, chat? Like the most with the least or whatever. You know, you got the ultimate version of that. You've got other more mainstream, you know, directors and actors and storytellers and the biopic as well too, with the Straight Outta Compton story in there. So, you know, the back half of the 2025s, we need to get more. We need to get back on the track with making some of these movies, chat. I don't know, streaming services, they're looking for the original content. Everything needs to be so big and prestigious all the time. Like, you know, some of this stuff can start off feeling, again, small and sort of just more, not independent necessarily, but, you know, again, a little more scaled down. But you get a movie like Boys in the Hood, and by the time you get done with it, it's like, how is this not a prestige film? This is, you know, this is as quality and the beats of on all the performances and stuff, like, were there with this being a prestige film. And you know, we've missed the whole just her throwing up on him scene, but that is a brutal beat, chat. And that's where we unveil, of course, that they find out that the drugs are Molly rather than, what do they think they're, yeah, like cocaine or heroin or something. So, you know, a little bit of a sigh of relief, chat. You're like, okay, we're not moving around on like totally on federal watch lists here. I guess probably not still ideal, but then she just immediately throws up on him. And then he lets her drive him, which, you know, at this point in high school, yeah, now he decides to drive. Like, you might have just needed to make that call a little bit earlier, even if you don't drive. And, you know, again, as somebody who's never driven, or wait, what am I trying to say? As somebody who learned to drive, you know, when on just sort of a normal learning to drive timeline anyways, but as, you know, so it's not like I was never you 18 and just didn't know how to drive. But I imagine, don't you just get to a certain age where I feel like if you got behind the wheel, you could just kind of pick it up, right, Chad? Am I crazy? Like, if we just took a 35-year-old that never learned how to drive, would the, you couldn't take, it wouldn't take 10 minutes to be like, okay, you can't really, the brake and the accelerator, and here's how you turn and stop. And I guess just remembering all the rules of the road is kind of tough. But okay, chat. Things going wrong at the burger joint. Jaleel is tracked by the rival gang. Now he is in a mini shootout. Accidentally fires a shot into the leg. This is not good. Jaleel takes off down the street. So we should give love to, who is this kid as well too, Chad? Tony Reverelli or whatever. I feel like he's sort of a good, he kind of pops up in a bunch of movies. Yeah, Grand Budapest Hotel, The French Dispatch. I would say, let's go through his filmography here, chat, and see. Nebraska to start. The Perfect Game, 2009. But Grand Budapest Hotel, 2014, has Dope in 2015, 2016, The Fifth Wave, and Lowriders. 2017. Yeah, Flash Thompson. That's why. Yeah, Chad, of course. He's Flash in Spider-Man. I was like, this kid is in some major part that I'm not thinking of. But that's, I mean, a pretty crazy start to the career, chat. Grand Budapest, Dope, Spider-Man, the Spider-Man franchise, French Dispatch, Asteroid City, and then this year he's got The Rivals of Amiza King and Roofman up there as well too. A couple of crime thrillers. This one, so Roofman's got Channing Tatum, Kristen Dunst, Ben Middleton, Peter Dinklage, and Uza Abduba, Juna Temple, Lakeith Stanfield, as well too. Tony Reverelli and Jimmy O Yang, chat. So this is going to be a stacked cast. This one's definitely going to be added to the watch list as well too. Directed by, I'm not as familiar with the name there, but The Rivals of Amiza King. Andrew Patterson is the lead behind that. Okay. But yeah, just a really great, at this point, it's like, oh, that guy's in that. And, the Grand Budapest performance is, a pretty notable performance to start your career off with. But since then, as the rewatchables will say, chat, the that guy factor of his career is, I think, in the mix for starting to shape for guys of this generation. But then, like we mentioned as well, too, Zoe Kravitz, one of the, MVP performance, she's only in this movie for a couple of minutes, but she still probably puts up the most points in the movie. Still the best performance. I mean, it just looks at, 2015, chat. I mean, obviously Zoe Kravitz any year, but just this is the year it is. So 2015, Zoe Kravitz. You've got Dope, the Divergent Insurgent movie, and then in Mad Max Fury Road. So between Dope and Mad Max Fury Road, that is a pretty great year. I mean, is that better than the Lego Batman movie and Gemini in 2017? For sure. Then the Batman movie in 2022. A little quiet since then, Chad. I guess maybe, the TV shows and stuff, for sure. High Fidelity, I guess, was canceled, though, after one season, though. Saturday Night Live. The Studio, 3 episodes of The Studio. Caught Stealing in 2025. Upcoming crime thriller, produced and directed by Darren Aronofsky, chat. So, Austin Butler, Regina King and Zoe Kravitz. Well, he just really wants us to watch. He gives us 2 reasons to watch this movie, chat. Liev Schreiber and Vincent D'Onofrio. Oh, man, Regina King and Zoe Kravitz are having a tough duo. There's no way Liev Schreiber and Vincent D'Onofrio in this movie, and they're up to any good, chat. Austin Butler, probably, young cop about to be corrupted. So who knows which side Regina King and Zoe Kravitz will be on. But Regina King and Zoe Kravitz in a movie together? Ooh, chat. That might be too much firepower, honestly. But this, again, is right up there with some of her... This might be her MVP performance, honestly, chat. Like, looking at her filmography of the movies that I would be familiar with. This is one that I'm not necessarily remembering properly here, chat, that I've seen. Beware the Gonzo. I don't know if I'm remembering Beware the Gonzo correctly. Treading Water. Again, just the Divergent series in general. Fantastic Beasts, I guess. Haven't watched that movie, so I don't know. But it would basically probably be this, or her High Fidelity role, or her role in Batman, or maybe this Big Little Lies role. I guess I haven't seen this show yet either, but maybe that's a potential lead for it as well too, because she would be the main in that. But Batman, definitely the largest movie that she's been in. The box office, the success. It's a Batman movie as well too. Just the popularity of that type of story, but she just carries so much weight and adds a real, again, sort of credibility to the movie. Like, shout out to all the actors in this movie, but they're still making their ways in their careers. Like Shamik Moore has now popped off I guess thanks to literally Spider-Man characters, Shamik Moore and Tony Reverelli are now making their ways in Hollywood, I guess. But, and, A$AP Rocky as well too. But there is Zoe Kravitz has obviously had the superior career to all of the people so far, and she would be the one that's like, oh yeah, that is this makes the movie like a real actual movie now, not just necessarily like a project. Like, oh yeah, they got Zoe Kravitz on the film, because that's what you need. You just need that one piece to remember. It's like, hey, this is, and again, with the way Shamik Moore and stuff, the way the stock has gone up, like, it's definitely great casting and great foresight there as well too. But also to get her at this earlier stage, but then still in a year where she's really killing it and just kind of starting to add some weight to the film is a really great get. Kimberly Elise in this film, chat. I mean, this is Forrest Whitaker, great job producing this movie. The Forrest Whitaker production career. I don't know if we need to get into that, but obviously our guy, Rick, I'm going to butcher the last name, chat. Oh, Rick, director Rick. Hey, yo, the filmography is, starting to look pretty great, chat. The Wood, Brown Sugar, Talk to Me, Our Family Wedding, Dope, and then The Flash. So I guess didn't direct Talk to Me, chat, but directed The Wood, Brown Sugar, Our Family Wedding, and Dope. So definitely seen 3 of these 4. Our Family Wedding. Hey, yo, chat. I don't know. Do we go back and give this one a watch as well, too? I guess Charlie Murphy and Regina King. Okay. Well, you talked me into it now. But that's definitely 3 for 4 on those. And this one, also, starring Forrest Whitaker, chat. American Ferrera. Hey, yo, Carlos Mencia as a side guy. But The Wood, Brown Sugar, and Dope. Which one of those is a bad movie, chat? I mean, we'll definitely watch all those movies at some point. Those are all great movies. So this guy's a winner for sure. We need to get director Rick paired up with director Rick and Big X, and who else were we casting in there, chat? I don't even remember. Sydney Sweeney, is she just in this just because at this point? I don't even remember. But Big X is making a John Singleton movie, and Barry Jenkins, Don Toliver versus Barry Jenkins. A Houston Cinematic Universe, Don, Travis, and Megan. Hey, yo, chat. I don't even know what that means, but can I get a IMDb pitch for a Big X / let's go Antoine Fuqua, chat. Shout out to, just because we used John Singleton as a director last time, and Fuqua Big X is obviously a fun comparison as well too. We know John Singleton is gonna bring the best out of him, and also just make the story like Fuqua might be like, hey, actually Big X can be the guy from Training Day as well. Maybe it demand a little bit more. So we want IMDb pitch for a Big X Antoine Fuqua movie, and also a Don Toliver / Barry Jenkins movie. And as we hit the ending here, chat, really, one of the great, start saying one of the great, but chat, that was gross, my bad. Hey, yo, one of the just really effective endings for a movie like this, where a lot of endings do, of course, have sort of you look sort of Singleton and what he's doing with some of these films. Like, if we're taking inspiration from the comedy side of things, then the teen coming of age comedy side of things, then of course some of the greater beats may not necessarily be fully flushed out at the ending. But if we're actually now sort of making, again, a greater point about sort of the life in the community and just the living situation and the cultural standpoint of all this stuff, the way they are able to pull off some of the stuff here in the ending, it is a really fun ending, and a great job by Shamik Moore as well too in the writers. But IMDb Pitch 1 Cold Summer Chat starring Big X, directed by Fuqua, crime thriller in development, Logline. Oh, we're gonna get too much info, chat. I just wanted like one sentence. A former street enforcer turned mechanic is dragged back into Dallas underworld to protect his estranged teenage brother from a rising gang war, forcing him to choose between peace, power in a city that doesn't believe in redemption. So Big X is basically, he is in a Nick Cage movie, chat. We were going to say Con Air, but they're putting Big X in Gone in 60 Seconds. He's a mechanic back in a street war protecting his brother. Hey, yo. Big X as Royce Big Carter, reformed street legend. Jay Alphason Nicholson as Lil Rico. Tasha Smith as Mama D. Kiki Palmer as Tanya. Okay, that's perfect casting, chat. Hey, yo. Fuqua's Vision. This is about masculinity, loyalty, and survival. Like in modern day America. Big X brings real weight. Hey, yo. Fuqua got him there. Like Cuban Boys in the Hood meets Denzel in Training Day. Texas rooted. Oh, no, chat. Oh, no. Big X's Denzel in Training Day could go a lot of different directions. Tone, Training Day times South Central times Shot Caller. A little Shot Caller reference in here. Okay. Didn't expect that. But did Fuqua direct Shot Caller? Maybe he did. I don't know. But Don T and Barry Jenkins, romantic drama, surreal coming of age, script and pre-production. So wait, does it say where this status is? In development. So the Fuqua Big X movie is maybe pushing through. I guess what's better, chat? Pre-production or in development? I think pre-production is actually better, right? You develop and then you go into pre-production? Maybe? I don't know. But Logline, a hazy, dreamlike summer of Houston. So a couple of Texas movies. A Houston heat wave. A withdrawn young producer haunted by past lost forms a deep connection with a dancer turned soul healer as music and memory blur into transcendent portrait of grief, love, and self-discovery. So, I mean, make no mistake, chat. We're definitely going to watch this Big X movie that is, Big X as Denzel with a little bit of South Central and Shot Caller mixed in there versus, Barry Jenkins is going to deliver an Oscar-winning performance that will, or an Oscar-winning movie that will wreck our lives, of course. But Don Tolliver as Mars, mysterious beatmaker who speaks with more than sound and words. Dominique Fishback as Eden, a spiritually attuned creative soul escaping an abusive past. Brian Tyree Henry as Uncle Reno, former DJ turned mechanic. Check, a couple of mechanics. So this is the turned mechanic cinematic universe, I guess, that we're creating here. Zendaya cameo as Aura, a ghost muse possibly imagined, possibly not. So who knows? Just a Zendaya cameo. Don's voice carries ache, hope, and color. I want to build a film that feels like a vaporwave postcard, tactile and time blurred. Blue Valentine meets Moonlight. Tones of euphoria, waves, and in the mood for love. Don Tolliver in Euphoria. I could actually see, chat. Can we? Let's get an ep pitch for Don T. We'll just speak in code, chat. Don T in Euphoria. I could see him cameoing in that show. That could definitely be. If we're going for him in the dramatic stuff, are they even still going with that show? Is there another season or is it over? I don't even know the status of that show. But let's can an episode pitch. I don't know if that's right. Let's see an episode pitch for Don T in Euphoria. Little Don T Zendaya sort of crossover, chat. Here's a stylized executive producer Don T appearing in Euphoria. Concept pitch. joins season 3 in a multi-episode guest arc as Saint, a reclusive local producer and sonic visionary who becomes a spiritual anchor for Rue. Okay, so yeah, Rue is, I think, Zendaya's character, right? And Temptation for Jules. Is Jules Sydney Sweeney's character? Here, let's go. I guess Jules is probably going to be Jules Pulp Fiction. Jules Euphoria, chat. Who is this person played by? No, wait. Who is this? Nickname Jewel by Fezco. Is it making... Oh, Hunter Schafer, chat. Okay, shout out Hunter Schafer. So we've got a Temptation for Jules. Oh, chat, little Don T. Hunter Schafer. That is a steamy episode 3 arc there for sure. Real name, Elias St. Saunders. Raised by his deaf mother, but he's musically talented there. The chat. Oh, the irony. Oh, the irony. Saint learned to communicate through vibration, rhythm, and silence. He's been producing beats in a candlelit apartment since 16, known only through underground SoundCloud circles and late night whisper legend. Curated situation. Lives alone in a foggy house on the edge of dawn. Doesn't speak much, but when he does, it lands like a beat drop. Oh, Chad, he speaks in beats as well too. Saint represents the romantic ideal Rue chases. Emotional silliness, mystery, music as medicine. He helps Rue explore her own soundscape of sobriety, replacing euphoria with introspection. But Saint also entices Jules, leading to a slow burn entanglement that challenges her self-worth and Rue's sobriety in ways that feel less toxic but more permanent. Okay, chat. Whoa, we got episode highlights here. We got a lot going on for Don T in Euphoria, chat. Really making his performance felt. Episode 2, Rue hears Saint music at a party, becomes obsessed. Saint invites Rue to a silent listening session. You don't talk during pain. Episode 6, a dream sequence where Rue imagines overdosing in Saint's studio. The beat pulses like her heart. Episode 8 finale, Rue must choose between Saint's peaceful oblivion and her chaotic reality with Jules. Hey, yo, chat. Soundtrack curation, vibe and tone. More Frank Ocean. Donnie Darko meets Atlanta. Hey, yo, we get Frank Ocean for a cameo in Euphoria as well, too. How could we recast Euphoria as a hip-hop, as a hip-hop focused cast? Get Frank Ocean, get Don Toliver. Frank Ocean, Don Toliver, Megan Thee Stallion, and Ice Spice all running around in high school, chat. Could be a pretty interesting version of the story as well, too. But Big X in Shot Caller. I actually just want to see that as well. As much as Big X the Plug in Training Day would be pretty fun, I think Big X the Plug in Shot Caller could be a very interesting movie. Big X the Plug recasting Nicola Coaster Wildju, are we saying that name right, chat? As the bad guy, or as the prisoner. I guess we'll need to go back and revisit that movie, but as the main guy in that movie, the protagonist, you should say, is definitely a fun idea. Just, I guess, Big X the Plug in a Prison Break movie or as a corrupt cop movie is fun. But what's better, chat, are Don Toliver in Euphoria casting or Angel Reese in Girls Trip 2? I think both of those are fun. I think Hollywood just needs to let us handle cameo castings from now on. It is what it is. But now Shameik Moore has just gone into full just game plan planning mode, chat. He's playing he's got to play the principal. He's got to try to figure out how to get rid of all of his supply on the black market. Hey, yo, chat. Recruit the help of a white guy who just says just racial slurs all the time. It is what it is. And I mean, it's not, it is what it is. But I mean, the fact that he's recruiting him for his help, it is what it is. Apparently the kid is a wizard on the black market. And the what's the other character's name in this chat? Diggy. That's right. Diggy and Jib, chat. Diggy. Diggy makes sure to stand up and, beat him up a couple times for it as well too. So shout out to Diggy, always holding down the fort as well. But Jib getting a little controversial in the mix. You know, I don't this guy going for his Leo DiCaprio moment, chat here. But oh, chat, Diggy right out of the corner. Bam. Slap. Done. Out. That's what you get. It's just reflexes. Yeah, I mean, you know, what do you do? But he's gotta set up the black market site. And again, just the foresight-ish in 2025 or 2015, but also just the aging well of the story beats here, going into crypto and using it sort of in the off market in that way, because you could have just sort of been vague. Oh, can we get this on the black market? Can we do all this stuff? But setting up the crypto sort of version of it as well too keeps it modern, keeps it of a time, and has not necessarily. It doesn't feel like, oh, that you know, it's so 2015 as well. You're like, oh yeah, you know, you're moving around in secret. You're trying to keep things off the books in high school, ayo. Then, you know, crypto or whatever they're trying to. I can't explain it, but it makes sense to me, chat. It makes sense to me. Just put it in crypto, and you're good to go. Nobody can trace it once you're in crypto, obviously. But and you don't even need to pay this guy. This guy will literally just take the deal in substances. Oh, chat, now we've locked it up. Did we hit play and pause too many times? What happened? It just paused now. The TV chat. Hey, yo. Are we going to need a reset? Okay, pause your movies, chat. Our TV just locked up. Wait a second. Okay, give us a second. We'll be right back. Okay, chat, we're back, and
There's only one way to fix technology these days. You just gotta unplug it, fire it back up, restart it, get it going again. So here we are. I did make sure I get the right time going again. We're not at 1:20:07, chat. Where's this? We missed another Zoe Kravitz scene. Hey, yo, back it up. Whoa! Pause. Back it up real quick, chat. I think we were around the 1:10 mark. Oh, what's this? Zoe Kravitz scene? 1:15? Zoe Kravitz. Okay, so, I mean, you gotta at least put the offer out there earlier to help, right, chat? For sure. You gotta help out the homework. It is what it is. She turns him down because, I mean, it's what usually happens the first time. But, at this point, she's like, hey, wait a second. What was that offer again? Shamik Moore, he's a cool guy. Let me pull back up to his place and see what's going on. Purple sweater, looking good. Bike in hand, chat. Hey, yo. The friends in the back, of course, making it awkward. It is what it is. But you just keep it moving. Hopefully they don't see anything. And, hopefully they don't see the friends making fun of you. And then, or if they do, it's like, these guys, crazy people. But, and is Zoe Kravitz in college in this movie, or is she in high school? I forget, chat, because Shamik Moore, shooting up in college is, solid moves, chat. I don't know how you go from this to what we were seeing in the press tours with Haley Steinfeld, but it's a long road, chat. It's a long road. Zoe Kravitz versus Haley Steinfeld is just crazy. That's, crazy game to be spitting either way. But you feel like if you've shared on-screen moments with Haley Steinfeld or with Zoe Kravitz, you'd be prepared to have a competent conversation with literally anybody in any walk of life ever. There's more nervous. I can't imagine being more nervous for any situation than talking to Zoe Kravitz in just a normal conversation. So, I mean, there's no way that you should be bombing a press tour interaction with anybody because just Zoe Kravitz should have your prep, chat. It is what it is. But, I mean, just the acting, chat. Hey, yo, how many awards? Is Zoe Kravitz going to win an Oscar? It is what it is. But the TV sort of balancing. I guess I don't think she's won any TV awards yet. But I would put her on the list as well. I don't know. The big picture they did there, what do they do? Their actor 35 for 35. I don't know if that's... I think it's actually 35 over 35. So maybe she doesn't quite qualify yet. Let's double check here, chat. I mean, the fact that you can't tell. It's like, hey, yo. Oh, 36. 36, chat. Hey, yo, shout out. IT, cut that out. I don't know if she wants to just, it's like, who cares, chat. It's Zoe Kravitz. She is, ageless. But as a up-and-coming, next sort of generation star, did we see what else she had in the works? What does she have up next here, chat, that we can look at real quick? I guess we did see one movie on there, but maybe they'll have a couple more. Oh, and we've got 6 awards, a couple nominations as well. So we had the studio. Yeah, 5 upcoming projects in post-production. Yvonne, Caught Stealing, How to Rob a Bank in post-production. Alpha Gang, that sounds amazing as well too. And then Self-Portrait, Catherine in post-production. No date on either of these. So, Alpha Gang, chat. What do we got here? Oh, wait a second. We have to go pro to contact production companies and distributors. We don't want to contact the production company. We just want to look. We just want to know what the plot of this next movie is. Oh, wait a second. Now we're just clicking into random stuff. Blink Twice with Channing Tatum? I think I remember seeing some trailers for that. So, Zoe Kravitz, Channing Tatum vehicle could be a fun thing to add to the watch list. But you love a good, just straight up on the nose, just when the scene just exactly lays out what it should be. It's, the drugs are in the backpack, in the locker room, in the school, of course, the day that they happen to be doing a drug investigation. So they get the kid in the room like, oh, nobody would be dumb enough to leave drugs in their locker. It's like, uh-oh, Shamik Moore's got to go running. But Alpha Gang, alien gang leader Alpha 1 and her crew disguise themselves as 1950s bikers to invade their Earth. Their plan derails when they experience human emotions complicating their mission. Chat, This is proof that Hollywood is still alive and well. Right here, movies like this. Movies like Sinners, like the plot of two guys go back to open a juke joint in their hometown only to encounter vampires. Like, I mean, you can't really just get much more like, okay, we're thinking outside the box. We're combining old and new and all the different stuff into this just completely different project. Like, we're combining this is the same, aliens this time, but 1950s bikers, but I just maybe this is a remake of something, but this is at least for a generation of us, new people. David Zellner directing and writing this project as well too, formerly of, let's see here, chat. Not necessarily a couple things that I would know too well the name of. So maybe this will be the breakthrough, but Kate Blanchett, Lee Sedol, Channing Tatum, Dave Bautista, Zoe Kravitz, Stephen Young. Is there enough? There's only one basketball, chat. Is there enough shots to go around? This is a stacked cast. Riley Cow, Caitlin Kemp. So Alpha 1, Kate Blanchett as the lead alien, and her crew is the other players we mentioned, with Zoe Kravitz in there as well too. Zoe Kravitz, Channing Tatum, Leah Sedol, Dave Bautista, Stephen Young. This is quickly becoming one of the movies I'm going to be most excited for, chat. Kate Blanchett is obviously up there in the actor rankings as well too. So any new vehicle she does is going to be exciting. And any new funner movies like that as well too, where it's like, is there a different type of audience for her to continue to branch out and win over as well. But other upcoming movies for Zoe Kravitz that we were looking at, other upcoming projects, were going to be Self-Portrait, Caught Stealing. Okay, How to Rob a Bank, chat, 2026. I guess Caught Stealing in post-production, 2025. Burnt out ex-baseball player Hank Thompson unexpectedly finds himself embroiled in a dangerous struggle for survival amidst the criminal underbelly of 1990s New York, forced to investigate a treacherous underworld he never imagined. Okay, so this is the Darren Aronofsky film? Whoa, so Vincent D'Onofrio's a retired baseball player? Chat. Zoe Kravitz is, some kind of... What do we got? Is this Zoe Kravitz here, chat? What's going on? Zoe Kravitz in Austin Butler? Hey, yo. Just another movie to be jealous about Austin Butler about. But Vincent D'Onofrio is a former baseball player caught up in a criminal underbelly. Does sound like the incredible plot of a movie as well, too. And then How to Rob a Bank, lastly, would be... Because, obviously we have to look at that one as well, chat. What is this? Oh, Add Your Own Plot. David Leitch, Mark Bunakuli writing, Nicholas Hoult, Anna Sawi, Pete Davidson, Nicholas Hoult, and Zoe Kravitz in 2026 and How to Rob a Bank. That could also be pretty dynamic as well too. But yeah, the Zoe Kravitz, I think, extra couple of levels of fame or industry respect or whatever you want to say, chat. Like, it's just the Zoe Kravitz rise will continue as well too. We got the Zoe Kravitz stock for sure. So, and Forrest Whitaker and Pharrell on the producers. There's obviously enough firepower in this movie that there's something working here, chat. You put all of these pieces together, there is definitely something that you'll get a project that you'll be able to you'll want to watch it a couple times for some reason. Like, okay, did it work? Did it work? Why didn't it work? I gotta watch it just to make sure. But fortunately, this goes the other way. This is one that actually works. Now, the Run DMC Adidas t-shirt, chat, we still haven't lost the fact that, we're in a coming-of-age story and who the kids are. Like, obviously the back half of the movie is a little bit more of them focused on getting rid of the drugs in the setup for that. But, they're still the same kids. Still messing around. Is that a Cubs or a... It wouldn't be, I guess, a White Sox hat because it is a C, so... Or I guess it could be because it's Chicago. So is that a White Sox hat that Diggy's got on? Again, speaking of aging well, chat, they nailed it. Diggy predicted the Pope by the hat that the hat that they had on there, chat. They knew that the Pope was going to be a White Sox fan somehow. So, should we mention as well, too, the Aces just down by 5 with 3 minutes left to the Storm? Hopefully, that doesn't continue. Well, it's going to, because Agubwale just got a layup. Now they're down 7? Uh-oh, chat. We got to lock in real quick. Asia Wilson. We just got to watch the MVP just take over these last 2 minutes. Watch. Want to see dominant basketball, chat? Oh. Hey, yo. You want to see a player carry a team? Throw a team on their back? Asia Wilson right here, chat. Lock in the defense. Am I seeing the same MVP that we've seen the last couple of years? Hopefully. Okay, yeah, chat. She's going to bring the ball up the court herself. Don't settle for 3. The dribble handoff. Chelsea Gray. Oh, a little sloppy on the exchange. Does she draw the foul? I think they baited the foul there, chat. Oh, Gray goes down. I don't know, some tailbone lower back issue. Hopefully it's just a catching the breath scenario. You know, not actually something serious. It looks like she'll get back up, keep playing, all is well. But yeah, foul on Seattle as well too. Which Seattle should be feisty this year, for sure. Still a bunch of really good players. I mean, the Jewel Lloyd revenge game as well too. Oh, sorry. Jewel Lloyd's the one on the floor right now, not Chelsea Gray. I'm a fool, chat. I'm a fool. Jewel Lloyd, 13 points, 4 assists tonight. Make it 14, possibly 15 with the second free throw here. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Jewel Lloyd, a couple of buckets for the revenge factor. I would love to see that for a potential storyline as well, too. Though just Asia Wilson keeping up her dominance. Because Caitlin Clark, chat, I mean, she's right there now. The Liberty game was a real now status game for, again, her individual player ranking, the Fever as a team. If she can manage that performance and carry the team against that level of team, you know, what's possible for the ceiling for the team. Like, it's all starting to form, chat. Of course, year 2 for Caitlin Clark. Asia Wilson has been arguably the best player in the league, though, you know, I mean, Brianna Stewart's been right there as well, too. Jungle Jones, you know, other players. But the Collier, I mean, Collier, even this year, is going to win the MVP. So if we were just starting the best point in the league conversation, we probably should start with her. And then maybe Caitlin Clark. But again, now other players are starting to get into that mix. Like, I'm not ready to see Asia Wilson have her spot taken away like that. It is what it is. Oh, Shamik Moore. Gun pointed at Lakeith Stanfield. There's no way he hits him with his hand shaking that much, chap. If you're Lakeith, you can almost just take the risk of charging him at this point. You know, obviously not the smart move. As much as, you know, you may not necessarily be accurate with a shaky hand, you could still probably make contact. So that is not an ideal scenario for sure. But, oh man, Shamik, he taking the turn, chat. Hey, yo. Run, Ricky, run. He flips it on him, chat. Run, Lakeith, run. This time, the gang guys taking off. Shamik Moore defending the friends. Standing up, chat. It is what it is. He is, you know, you make it out at the end of the day. Is a good call. Williams, chat, for the Storm as well, too. Is she new for this year, or was she new last year? But either way, she has been really good for the team as well. So under 2 minutes, 5 minutes left. The drive, the miss, but the offensive rebound, chat. Williams flies in, no box out. Hey, yo, the 3 kicks back out, another offensive rebound. Asia Wilson, get a body on somebody. They're just flying in from the wings right now, getting rebounds. They're not even having to box out in the interior. Once again, another stop by the Aces. So incredible defense there on 3 possessions in a row, but you got to be able to, at this point, you need the possessions to get the points. You got to get the rebounds just to have the amount of possessions. A lot of times you got to get the rebounds to just get the official stop. Oh! Chelsea Gray, speaking of Chelsea Gray, that time she just drops her defender on the crossover, chat. Was that Agumake? Oh, chat. I don't know. She was grabbing the ankle as a way to cover up for what just happened, but that was brutal. Chelsea Gray, unfortunately, results in a miss, so still down 5. 45 seconds. The corner 3 by the Storm. It's no good. 40 seconds. Still alive. Jewel Lloyd. Asia Wilson. Oh, Asia Wilson, she gets the foul, chat. There we go. Clock stop. 37 seconds. A chance to make this a 3-point game if we get these free throws here. But, I mean, brilliant move by Shamik Moore, chat. Setting up everything for the transfer, for the account stuff at the end. Here, we'll look up, because I'm just going to actually read the dialogue here. So, the actual mechanics of the ending and how he gets them played here with the crypto account. So, yeah, he seeks help from the hacker. They study. He mistakes her for the helping out Dom. They return. Malcolm tells Jacoby that he's sold the drugs but has left a trail leading to Jacoby. Yeah, so that's what it was. Unless Jacoby gets him admitted to Harvard. Malcolm will transfer the bitcoins to Jacoby's checking account, incriminating Jacoby for the sale, leading to his arrest. Later, Malcolm types his college application essay describing 2 students. Oh, chat, so at the end of that paragraph, of course, kind of guides you toward the ending of the movie here. I mean, the real twist with the drugs is, of course, the setup on the principal guy. But I mean, if he's not admitted on the college business letter, the college admittance letter alone, then he doesn't really even need to worry about setting up all that stuff. Maybe, you know, the security blanket of knowing that he's going to get in help free him to pen such a brilliant letter as well too. But also, it is just obviously a really poignant and really great story. And I feel like if you were on an admissions board and you read that letter, there's just no way that you're like, okay, this student obviously, you know, is checking all the boxes for sure. Seems like he is in the right place. Gabby Williams, chat. Hey yo, Gabby Williams, looking like a real star tonight, chat. On the court. Hey yo, the corner 3. Hey yo, the game looking good, chat, I think is what we mean. But yeah, plays the principal, is which is we should mention, played by Rick Fox, Rick Fox, Counsel Blackman, chat. Not the principal is Ruger. Or Ruger, I'm combining it. It's Roger Smith, chat. Austin Jacoby. But I was going to say, shout out to Rick Fox as well, too, in this movie. The principal guy kind of looks like him a little bit. You could have had Rick Fox as the principal as well, too, in this movie. I mean, you could recast an NBA guy in this role as well, too, I think. And could make it work. Oh, cut to LeBron in commercial. Could LeBron be the principal? I don't know if LeBron could quite be the principal. I think LeBron could be... Could he be the councilman? If you move Rick Fox over to the principal and then LeBron's the councilman, maybe the councilman's a little bit easier to cast as well, too. But, you know, Charles Barkley as a principal, chat. I guess we're always just going to want to put Charles Barkley in a movie. Charles Oakley as the principal. If we just want to grab a guy from Space Camp, Sean Bradley. Sean Bradley as the principal would be fun. Sean Bradley just sitting up, just out his head out of the screen. Shamik Moore telling him that he's got a Bitcoin trail leading to Sean Bradley. I don't know if that necessarily works out the same way. Pat Ewing. Shamik Moore versus Pat Ewing. I guess it is a LA school as well too, so Rick Fox in the area makes sense. You get Magic as the principal would be a little crazy. It's like what kind of high school is this, of course. But former Laker, no, probably not Derek Fisher. Powell? We get Powell as the principal. The Powell as Austin Jacoby. So here we go, chat. Your story of 2 students straight A student, suburbs of LA, plays in a punk band, best friends, skateboard, BMX bike. Favorite TV show is Game of Thrones. So, and a 90s hip hop geek as well, too. So, we've got punk band, Game of Thrones, and BMX biking and skateboards. It does seem like let's just say, a certain type of kid, yeah. There's some boxes that are checked there. So, student B as well, too, sort of described as into other things, chat. So, obviously, the comparison of student A and student B is to show some of the admittance stuff for Harvard, and just a great question to be like, why do you want to go to this school? It is, of course, a question that you would see is presented as like, could be, and obviously the brilliance to which you answer the question is all part of the angle of it, but the angle can be taken as a literal sort of question, but then to kind of flip it back in this way to be like, well, why is this question being asked? And it's just a really sort of effective, and then the comparison of the two students as well too. It just is, of course, effective and poignant as well. And I think, was this pre or post college admission scandal, Chad? I don't remember. Yeah, it's a little bit of a different thing, but still, I kind of the other side of it for the other reason. But I think that might have been after 2015 as well too. So I don't know if this movie was like, if we're talking like this most politically forward thinking movie ever, but again, it ages. I think it ages for the most part really well. I think a lot of the comedy in it is, and as time goes on as well too, you never know which jokes are going to be well, I guess maybe you do or not, but still, it's just you gotta be, I guess, prepared to always be wrong in some ways with some of the stuff. But it's a good humor type, not necessarily where you're like, okay, again, like we were saying earlier with some of the stuff, it's like, if we were passing this on to the next generation, is there like a talk you have to be like, okay, here's the jokes, here's what's going on, here's how we say, here's how. It's like, what are we actually laughing at here? Here's what's funny. Here's what's not funny. All the different, like, do we have to like explain all this stuff to like the kids on a first time watch? But this one seems like, it would pass the vibe check for sure, chat. Definitely passes the vibe check. Shameik Moore, and I don't know if we give him good. Is Spider-Verse count as an action role? So he's done comedy, drama, and dope, and action with Spider-Man. I don't know if that technically counts. And the biography sort of dynamic with the I'm going to learn it. Because that's just a different way to learn a character in the Wu-Tang series. So I don't know if... Whoa, excuse me, chat. I don't know what the accuracy of his portrayal as... was he? He wasn't Inspector Jack. Joey was Inspector Deck. Which one was he again in this? And he wasn't RZA either. And I thought he was Method Man, but it said the other guy was Method Man. So he was Raekwon, Chad, of course. He was Raekwon. So just a different type of way to learn a character when you have to learn a real person versus, okay, now you're developing a person for a story, and here's how this person is in the story. But those are some really good acting chops and really good beats to have earlier in your career. And again, I can't necessarily speak on the quality of the Wu-Tang show. I think it probably holds up. We didn't hear necessarily anybody say a bad thing about it, And this movie and performance really holds up as well too, Chad. So the Shameik Moore stock, it's only rising, Chad. It's only rising. Zoe Kravitz, stock up as well too. Tony Revel, Chat, I think is how we go with it. Even Tyga as an actor. Do we have to put Tyga in a bank heist movie and then get him just with the shotgun again? We just have to find how many different movies can we put Tyga in and get him with the shotgun, Chat. That's gonna be it'll be a You Got Kenny situation. There'll be a scene where there's just a guys burst in through a door, and they just get Tyga first every time, and then I don't know if it's ASAP Rocky has to always step in and get away, but that'll just be the beat. So that'll be the Rem and Sam signature on a movie, is the Tiger shotgun death. But Shamik Moore, the kiss, chat, on the cheek. Oh, I mean, he seems pretty happy about it, but I feel like it would be a little. And you get the Harvard admittance letter right afterwards is a pretty good way to sort of lift your spirits, for sure. But it would be like, oh, so we're doing this now. Okay, I see how it is. But this is, again, a classic and a last of a kind, chat. Combination of those hood movies, those comedy movies, and it brings those pieces together in a fun way for the beats of this movie to be a really rewatchable, fun, unique movie. Great performances from the younger cast all the way around. We get a great hip-hop appearance from A$AP Rocky, Zoe Kravitz, throwing heat the whole time. And our guy, Director Rick, chat. Hey, yo. Director Rick is just never misses when he sets his mind to a project. So, whatever Director Rick has in the works for another movie, here we go. One last thing, Director Rick, chat. See what he's up to last. But, yeah, we'll be here, of course, chat. Game 3. What am I saying? Game 3. I'm just thinking about how many movies this guy's directed. Game 7. Whoa. Big difference, chat. Much more drama. Much more intense. Much bigger stakes. Game 7 of the NBA Finals. We'll be live for it here on the YouTube as well. Message us with Rem and Sam at the Rem and Sam Pod on Instagram to remind me which game it is as well, too, if you want. But, yeah, join us, of course, to watch along Game 7 of the NBA Finals. So we've got, am I just looking at only producer roles here, chat? Yeah, I'm just rambling looking about producer roles. Director roles, previous 13 director roles. Hugo, A Homecoming Story. Ahsoka, The Mandalorian. Oh, so he's been around in the Star Wars universe. 6 Mandalorian episodes. They Call Me Magic. Welcome to NBA Lane. A short. The Shy. Confirmation, there's Dope as well, too. So, upcoming projects. Past Midnight. Son of Shalom. Uptown Saturday Night. The Wood TV series. And then an untitled project in Black Hole. Oh, chat. Pre-production project titled Black Hole. A group of high school students are affected by an STD known as the plague or the bug. Symptoms may include flaky skin, rash, growing a new limb, or turning into some kind of creature. Drama, horror, romance. Okay, writers Roger Avery. So it turned into something that could be actually interesting. Of course, a teen sort of creature feature horror romance, of course, could be fun, but it being based around an STD is a little uncomfortable. Of course, it makes me a little nervous, chat. I don't know about that, but speaking of the Wood, chat, Son of Shalom, director in development, Past Midnight, Uptown Saturday Night. Maybe that's sneaky the best one. Plot kept under wraps. Ooh, Son of Shalom. That's got to be like a sprawling epic. They can't release any of the details quite yet. Uptown Saturday Night. I'm in, chat. I don't even know what it is yet, but I'm getting turned around. A comedy centered around two friends. Their night at an illegal club. A misplaced wallet and a winning lottery ticket. Oh, chat. This could be it. Kevin Hart. Ooh. The Brown Sugar director working with Kevin Hart as a star. This could be a fun combination. For sure. And then, whoa, the untitled project. What's Past Midnight, chat? Explores archival footage of Basketball Hall of Famers on court heroics, as well as interviews with Johnson, his family, teammates, and associates. Oh, it's like a Magic Johnson doc? Untitled Project Magic Johnson documentary, featuring Arsenio Hall and Dwayne Wade. And also, Magic Johnson is third as well, too. In that third, Dwayne Wade gets more screen time than Magic Johnson in the Magic Johnson biography. Who knows, chat? But Past Midnight as well, too. Former hero Midnight is serving a 65-year prison sentence for vigilantism, but is Oh, chat. Past midnight. He's remaking Demolition Man. Former superhero Midnight is serving 65-year prison sentence for vigilantism, but is released from prison early when he is asked to help the police combat his old arch nemesis who has seemingly returned from the dead. A Demolition Man style movie. I'm all in. No cast. Director Rick, let us cast it. Let us cast it. Okay, we gotta go, chat. We gotta DM Director Rick and tell him to let us cast this sucker. So we'll see y'all later. Game 7, NBA Finals. It'll be fun. Peace.